I live. I know stream's gonna be starting a little late. I'm trying to figure out how to get my Libra office to not stutter quite so much in the background. I'm not sure why. Every help thing that I can find online references settings that I cannot find in my version, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. Hmm. Nothing in particular showing up that seems to be of value. Maybe I need to do it in Writer instead of Calc. Maybe the options aren't available in Calc. Maybe I need to do it in Writer for it to recognize my intent. Nope, it's just not showing me any of the options. Alright, that's going to be annoying. I'll continue working on that off stream. Anyways, Wednesday stream, time to start. Lucid blocks, blah 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 blah. While I'm remembering, I need to re-enable the viewer rewards random Wikipedia page redemption. One moment. Where is it? Interrupts and channel points. Manage. Re-enable Wikipedia random. There we go. That should be back in functioning now. Yes. Good. It's out of order, and I'm not sure why, but it's there now. Alright. There we go. Turn off the background music and go back into the game. Whoa. Alright. When last we left off, we were in the hell above heaven, I guess. Surrounded by things that are not mannequins, but are far worse. Hello. Is there a mechanism by which I can get close enough to you to hit you without you hitting me? Why, yes. Kind of. Did you run off an edge? Or are you just kind of dancing back and forth that I can't hit you? Okay. Too dark to see in there. Alright. This is a safe-ish way of killing them, if a little bit annoying, because they like running around. Where do you... There we go. I guess this is kind of where you're expected to find bones, at least from mob drops. Now, one thing that is a little concerning about this place is that we don't know whether or not this is like the top area, I guess. We had to pass through a great expanse of nothing in order to get here in the first place, so it's very possible that there's nothing above this. But it's also probably unlikely, because they did market this game as having an infinite expanse upwards. So it'd be kind of weird if this was it. Then again, I really don't, or more appropriately can't see anything apart from this. Because it's dark, and I can't see shit. Alright. End of last stream, when we raided someone else, it was recommended that we go and get another ley line. Because when we collected all 13 rosary beads, the weird water monster spawned. And then we chased it, and then we couldn't get to it. With... I wish I had a rejuvenation anchor on me, because I would have placed one up here, because getting up here is kind of a pain. It's very possible now, because we have the launch site, is what I'm going to call it, that's below this platform. We can probably get up there, get back up here that way. Man. Really can't see anything. While we're waiting, I'm just going to go ahead and prep a secondary screen so that we can do the Wikipedia random if necessary. What is? Ah. Alright. But for the moment, we're just going to hang out. Now, we do have a meat apparatus. This definitely creates a spawn capsule for whatever the hell this thing is. Let's pull up the crafting recipe. Crafting recipes. So we got the meat apparatus plus bone. Apparatus. APPARATUS. Nice. And bone. What are you called? Oh. Well, look at that. We already knew what these things were. If I drop this on the ground right now, it's gonna... Yep. I really cannot see a damn thing. This is probably extraordinarily uninteresting to see, but it's gotta get bright before we can actually move. If I try to move while it's dark, I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna run into one of these Pritas, and it's going to kill me. Now, among all of the other potential recipes, that's a bubble bear egg. Why would I waste a meat apparatus on that? That's also Prita. That's a verm, which is interesting. Verm capsule. Plus the stick is a bone. I think I already knew that. This probably creates more than one bone, though. How much bone does this make? 8? Alright. We'll keep that in mind, because we can make Prita capsules from other ingredients, so if we ever royally screw ourselves, I don't think I'll ever run out of bones. We don't use them enough. They're useful, but we don't use them enough to effectively run out of them. I don't know. Oh, I couldn't even... No, that's a fish. That's a fish capsule. Not even gonna bother trying to craft that to confirm. That looks like a bee capsule. So, meat apparatus plus glider glove. Going to be bee capsule. Plus... What are these things called? Flippers? Flippers. Fish capsule. Now, what do you get with dirt? Oh. That's significantly cheaper. 8 wand? Gel bruiser. Not a good item. Tendril rapier. Looks like a UA Octon. Pickaxe? Also looks like a UA Octon. Mudra. Not sure what about the meat apparatus and a Mudra makes a bee capsule, but okay. Not getting any dimmer. Really a blessing that there's nothing up here thus far that has exhibited abilities to attack at range. That would be less than ideal. Kinda don't have... Whoa, wait a minute. Where's my fucking... Oh, right, my Clone Qualia is next to my rejuvenation anchor. Down in the asteroid field way south. So I am literally stuck up on this pillar until daytime, because I'm just... You are definitely aggroed to me. I don't want to get any lower. I think I have to be in range of them for them to even potentially be in range of me. The hell? I think I just knocked it off the platform. That's fine. We'll call that safety. Now, if only we had anything we could be doing in the meantime. That's a cabinet. Of course it's a cabinet. I know what all those crafting recipes are. Pretty sure I know that recipe. Well, that's a Mishu. Oh. Plum axes are cheap. Bone dried apple block. I don't think I ever knew that recipe. Let's cut wood plus dirt. Gets you a dried apple block. Then a dried apple block plus a bone gets you a plum axe. Plum axe is a weapon. Not that I need one at the moment, but it's good to know. Is there anything else I can combine that with that'll get me something else? Stick, who cares? String seems to be grass. More grass. More grass. Mishu. Just note down that bone or stick produces a plum axe. Just so that I'm not wasting a more valuable material. This is like the very start where I had all of the different ambiguous blocks and was coming up with different recipes. Now, we could drop down a little bit and then harvest some materials from around here, but it's a little too risky with not being able to see all the pretas around. We can do something like this. Oh, yeah, of course it's gonna do that. Verm. Mishu. Yep. Looks like we're kind of locked on crafting. Just going to have to wait for it to get brighter, which it is currently doing. There is really nothing else in this area apart from this island. I cannot see anything. There might be another platform over that direction, but that could just be a cloud. Not to mention, it would be pretty tricky to actually get up on those platforms. They're not particularly vertical, so I'd need to slingshot myself, which is always risky. I need to waste durability on my pickaxe. This is black sand, is it not? It is. Okay, that snow weirdly scared the shit out of me. It is officially bright enough for me to be able to see. You are getting close because you're technically aggroed. Let's harvest some of these to get more meat apparatuses. Is he holding something? I think he's holding a mace. What the hell? He was holding a mace. Also, I stood on his head after crouching nearby. Right, so they feign non-hostility and then get close enough to hit you. That's their MO. Passivity, that's the right word. Also, I think there's something over there that isn't a Preta. I gotta be careful to not get close enough to the edge so that they can just sort of scoop me off. Oh yeah, that's just a Mishu. That's fine. He chill. Remember, not too close to the edge of the block. Come on. There we go. Moving back in what we're calling a southeasterly direction. You are aggroed onto me now. You're going to move over in a little bit. Yes? Come on. Is it getting dark all of a sudden? It shouldn't be getting dark again. It was just night. Okay, this is where we got up to this place originally from, which means that we should be able to go down from here. I think the current goal will be to get enough levels in order to bloom again to hopefully get another leyline pendant and then go find another leyline, see what happens there. We're going to leave the anchor where it currently is because it's a lot easier to get down levels than it is to get up. But I don't really see any other way forward than down. I don't think I even really need to use my glider glove. I think I can just jump for it. So, you know. Ugh. Vertigo, here we come. I'm gonna fall through space for a little bit. That was weird. Wonder what that was. Oh. Well, that's familiar. Okay. Apparently going too fast and with too much momentum to catch myself. Good to know. Thank you very much. There we are. Now from here we need to go down. Yeah, which direction we decided was north. I think in order to get up here in the first place, I had to do a little bit of shenaniganery against this mountain, so I think this way is north. Oh, right, and gravity is very much wonky here. So let's... We know if I'll be able to see the ground. I don't remember where the ground is. Ooh. No, 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 just... Let me down. I think... Yeah, I do recognize this place. I need to... go off the side of this mountain, and then there should be a... Oh no, this is incorrect. Ugh. I couldn't see very well in this place originally, so finding where I popped out of is going to be a problem. Oh, it's getting a little brighter. Hopefully that helps. Pardon you? Alright, thanks, AVG. Your antivirus will expire in... No, it's not. It's not going to expire. I don't know where I popped out of. I left a spire of dirt marking it, but I might have forgotten anyways. Oh no, I remember now. I mined directly up in order to get out of here. Is it? No. Might as well replace that so I don't accidentally try digging there again. Is that it? I wish there was like a torch in this game. Or a flashlight or something. All I've ever seen are lamps. Well, I guess if we're going to have to establish a new route down through this layer, then we're gonna have to do it in a place where it's relatively obvious where we are. So we went down south off that mountain. Let's build a dirt spire. Then we can just mine down through the skystone from here. Going to take a while. I need to have my glider glove on hand because I know for a fact that once we punch through this, we're going to be falling towards the interstellar wood slash wallpaper expanse. Wait, no, we're gonna go through like the sphere place first? This is all very confusing for anyone who didn't see last stream, but we went very far up, and now we have to go back down. Let's recraft that before I forget. Good. Aha, here we go. Looks like it's squares first. Slowly and with purpose. Ah, here we are. This is definitely the weirdest place that I've been through, and it's also going to take forever to get through because this expanse is massive. These are yellow lamps. Might as well collect some while we're here. You're not going to be zippy enough to get me to where I need to go. Apparently neither are you. I thought you were supposed to be more uppy. Apparently not. Nice. Okay, preferably without killing myself. Need to gather some more lamps. There we go. Actually, I can just get lamps as I go down. Doing it sideways isn't the best idea. Switch to the gyro. It's going to need it. Hey, Livin. I am doing well today. I just started on PTO. I am off until next Thursday, so I'm doing okay. Ooh, shit. Whoop. How are you? Following your advice, by the way, and going to go get another ley line. Figure that blue creature that spawned when the 13th rosary bead was grabbed might be the... or might be a goal of some kind. Maybe it just doesn't become interactable until you've gotten like a 14th ley line. Not sure why that would be. I guess if we say that like there's 13... What was that? Whatever. Everything in this game is a hallucination anyways. Doesn't matter if we don't recognize something. What was I saying? Right, if there's actually 14 ley lines you need to get, then it makes sense to go get another ley line. Now that I think about it, it does only explicitly show 13 rosary segments, but I'm guessing there's far more ley lines. Last ley line, bring food? Ooh. Keep that in mind. I have more than enough Bubble Bear and Newt eggs, courtesy of the farm episodes. So I should very well be able to bring an effective amount of food. There was already one ley line where I should have brought more food, but didn't. I don't know if the ley line interactables are randomized. They might be, because I've already gone through a combat ley line. Unless this one's like another one. Ew. You know, funnily enough, getting down through all this might be slower than getting up through it. Oh, I hate this. Random order, but last one's always the same? Okay. Well, first we actually need to get down to a place that has ley lines, because I'm pretty sure ley lines, or I'm nearly sure that ley lines are concentrated around this, like, middle layers. Maybe there's some up, but every time I was near the middle layers and I cracked a ley line, it was always go back towards the middle. That's my operating theory. Oh my god! I don't know where I am, but I pulled myself a little too far in a not the correct direction. Oh dear. Whew. Okay. Goal is to get down without dying. Ah, it was you guys. You were the ones floating around. Hmm. Sometimes it's difficult to tell when it is and isn't daytime. Particularly in these areas with lots of geometry. Don't know what's just shadow from light being blocked, and don't know what's it being dark because there is no light to be had. Oh. I didn't realize there were even hostile mobs in this layer. Not the, oh, I don't know what to call them. UFOs are explicitly hostile, they're more just annoying. You like that little jump? A little 2-block jump? That was extraordinarily risky. I felt myself clench a little bit when I did that. Look, I really can't have you screwing me up. You want to drop a machination? That's a-okay, but... Come on. Do your thing. Shoot the grappling hook at me. Miss. And then drag yourself down. That is what I need you to do. Come on. Do your thing. Okay, maybe I just don't do whatever the hell I'm doing. And then live to exist another day. You know what? I was gonna say you bother me and I was gonna obliterate you, but... There we go. Oh wow, I almost killed myself. That was almost bad. There's no explicit reason why I'm gathering all these lights, it's just the first time I've seen so many lights in a concentrated area. Ugh. 3 lamps, exactly. I do notice that when you place lamps, they don't really show much light in any direction other than up, which is a touch annoying. Light sources in this game seem to come at a premium, which is a little weird. Maybe there's a way to make a light source out of sulfur and I just don't know about it. It's not me asking for a recipe, I'm just spitballing. I don't remember who it was saying that sulfur was highly valuable, but I just haven't used it very much. I can craft like a sulfur sword. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe sulfur is how I get like fire. Maybe if I craft sulfur with fire, it multiplies into more fire. And the question becomes, what do I craft with water to get more water? Because there does seem to be some weird, like, elemental stuff. And not like periodic table elements, but like fire water stuff. Oh my... Go away. do not mind having machinations dropped, but also don't completely ruin my inventory with them. That might be the bottom of this layer. Time to find out. Throw in... I don't use the mace for anything, but at the same time, I might as well hold on to them in case lights are directional. Does that mean that you can place them down and it, like, goes in the opposite direction to the face you place them? Oh, it does! See, I've never experimented with lights all that much, so that makes sense. If only I had explored that prior to now. All right, we're operating under the assumption that this is down. Hopefully I don't die from the fall. I don't think I should, but... Swap back to Mudra for the increased range. Oh yeah, we're definitely back into... Ow! Plastic. Also, I have no idea which way is theoretical north anymore. Plastic vomit layer, yeah. You know something interesting about the plastic layer that I've noticed? Actually, this is the second plastic layer that I've been through. This is like the upper of the two that I know of. They have every color of block of plastic except purple. I have walked dozens of minutes across various plastic layers. I have never seen purple. I have seen all of the main ones that you can craft from red and blue. I have seen brown and black, but I have not seen purple. I find it interesting. Interesting, we're getting into homogeneous columns. Well, that's the next layer down. I'm gonna pause, actually, go back to my Clone Qualia, get more food. Just because I want to mitigate the risk of me doing something stupid. Also drop off some of the items. Another place I saw purple plastic was the Plastic Cities. I mean, I've never been to the Plastic Cities. Definitely Screechling found the Plastic Cities, and there was purple plastic in those cities when we were looking at her stream, but haven't seen it in the wild in my game or my playthrough. So all that 8 purple plastic, that's all crafted. You go in there, you go in there. Dried apple. I can actually, well, not turn you into 1 stack, but close enough. You remember when they mentioned the teleporting blob? I do remember when they mentioned that. I just haven't seen one of those either. Or did you find one at some point in your own personal playthrough? Rare mob takes you to a unique dimension. Oh. The other thing is that orb spider, I've seen 2 of those. I ran from the first one, and then the second one I tried to fight, I couldn't get to it. You can make its capsule. The teleporting blob, you can make its capsule? If so, that's quite useful. I can imagine you can also make the orb spider capsule. I imagine you can make every mob's capsule, and that's probably just how you find out what mob names are in general if you're not, I don't know, data mining. But what was I doing again? Right, I was getting more food. Newt and bubble bear eggs. Where am I storing bubble bear eggs? Almost every mob? Not all mobs, then. Or maybe the crafting recipe for some mobs is just so esoteric that people haven't found them yet. I imagine this game has been data mined already. It's like one of the first things people do when they find a new game. Just like, ooh, I must know all its secrets. That being said, I don't engage with the community for this game beyond streaming, so I am effectively ignorant on that topic. Man, once you get Bubble Bear and Newt eggs up and running, just every other food form just seems so unnecessary. Glorious, glorious revelation nuts. Do I not have... Oh, it occurs to me, I could just get the last bit of the way for my levels just by killing bubble bears, probably. Sorry, farming bubble bears. Let's be, let's at least attempt. Discretion. Wow, can I really not get up there with Mudra? Okay. Last bit of the way. At 56. Halfway to 56 is 28? Well, that was one too many, but that's fine. Hopefully we get a ley line pendant from this blooming. If not, we're gonna have to wait. Nope. Yes! Good news. We'll just be able to go there. I should not have my pendant right next to the place that I'm trashing, just in case. Seems like a prudent decision. All right. Any stragglers on the outside? Just a couple. Throw you in there. All right. Fight. Okay, interesting. You can queue throw things out of other inventories. Just that doing it for funnels is kind of pointless because they'll just... Huh? You can't get far enough where it won't pick it up again. That's interesting. Silver eggs. 15 revelation nuts. Dirt. Dormant pendant. Basic crafting materials. Flippers, which I carry around with me because I live in constant, unceasing terror of the grabber urchins. I don't know what else to call them. Like the weird ocean spawns that spawn sometimes that have like grabby hands. They're almost like aquatic wildebeests. Don't like them. Right, down another level we go. All right. Ow. You've got to be shitting me. Well, I feel like a genius. Why am I here? I should be up at the rejuvenation anchor up top. This isn't the last one I placed. Unless this... Well, I climbed all the way down. Welcome back, by the way. To the plastic layer, and then I dropped through the plastic layer into the floating squares layer. And then I missed a grappling hook shot, and then I died. But instead of going to the rejuvenation anchor that was up at the top layer, I went down to this one. So I guess it's not the last rejuvenation anchor you placed, it's the nearest one, which is interesting. Oh god, I forgot that this place is dangerous. Even multiple active spawns you at the nearest. I had assumed that it spawned you at the last one placed, but then again, I've always traveled in the same-ish direction, so the nearest one up until recently was always the last one that I had placed. What is this? Oh, it's mushrooms. Come on. I'm just gonna head in a easterly direction for a little bit until we get to somewhere that we could conceivably get a good read on the leyline pendant. I'm mostly concerned about using a leyline pendant too close to other known ley lines, because there was one point where I just continued popping them and then it just pointed me to a completely empty space. So in the interest of not having to grind to get an additional pendant, I'd rather just hedge my bets and walk a little bit. At the very least, we'll get to look at some cool environments. You got that? Oh man, it's such an incredible... Wait a minute, was that... Hold on. Nope. Thought it might have been a ley line. Okay, fine, sure, whatever. Not sure what kind of luck that is. But guess what we found? Plastic City. Ta-da! Fascinating. Oh man, this is nice. This is far less intimidating than a lot of other places I've been. Also, shout out Purple Plastic Blocks. First time seeing you in the wild. Now, if I remember right, all of these buildings are just kind of shells and there's nothing in them. But I guess if you didn't have a plastic farm and didn't have access to the plastic layers, and this would be a pretty good place to get plastic. Not that I've actually used plastic to craft with anything other than other plastic, so I don't know what... Oh right, I've seen plastic sheet before. They just drop more plastic. Anyways, I don't know what plastic crafts with other than other colors of plastic. Let's get up somewhere. Good for decorating? Yeah, it is. Ooh. It's not bad for... Okay, this is going to be easier with the gyro hook. Alright. Nice and up here. Whoa, excuse me. I'm just going to punch my microphone for a second. Plastic was really useful for building up that giant spire last stream in order to get to above the heavens. Well, I have evidently been spending some time going in the wrong direction. Oh, I just realized something. You know what this place is good for? Come on, come on. Spider-Man roleplay. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a Spider-Man does, I guess. Oh. Some s'more spires and another base block. I haven't found a crafting recipe for these and I don't know what they're used for, so I might as well pick them up while I'm here. I'm probably being excessively risky. Oh, wait a minute. We're close. Aha! Oh! I bet you anything that this is where the thing was leading us. Because the water monster did lead into these spires, but I lost track of it. What are you? It's a wrapper block? No, it's a couch block. I hate couch blocks. Good luck, soldier. I'm going to really quickly hop into my Clone Aqualia, drop off some stuff, purge myself of things that I don't think will be necessary. Maybe grab some other things. I don't know, do I want to carry a ball wand in there? Glass. I have glass elsewhere. Probably not the right time to be organizing my inventory, but... can't help it. Right. Bubble bear flesh will bring me back to maximum health. Guard cubed. Where was I putting you? Right there. Mudra, we're gonna throw you in a bin. Gyro's probably gonna be more useful. Dirt, we're gonna keep you on hand because blocking stuff off is useful. I need at least some of this. Oh. Interesting. I was looking for any ability to, like, backwards craft this into a normal grappling hook, or a normal metal hook, so that I could recycle it, but it looks like this crafts into something else. Whoa! Okay, maybe we do a little bit of experimentation with the gyro hook first. Because it looks like it crafts some really cool shit. Do I not have... No, I don't have any more grappling hooks on hand. That's fine, I have recipes for that. Metal hook. Metal hook recipes. Baguette and string, osmium and string, osmium grappling gun. I have an excessive amount of both osmium and baguettes. Really? Osmium, baguette, and... That's interesting. Might as well craft a couple of those. It was... then... Metal hook and revelation nut. Baguette is made out of steel. Yes, the baguette produced by a pear, a literal pear with a face on it, made out of steel. Obviously. Why would you think that that doesn't make sense? All right. Gyro hook plus basically anything other than a revelation nut produces whatever the hell that is. So bone, stick, string, and cut wood all produce the same thing. So we'll put bones. No, don't do whatever the hell that was. Bone, stick, string, and cut wood block.
You're not the only one cursed with knowledge.
Oh! It has been redeemed for the first time. Hold on, let me get the recipe stage, and then we can swap over to doing that. All right, screen monitor capture. We switch over to that. We should be on. Wait, is it not working? Oh no, I'm just streaming the wrong monitor. Hold on, we'll fix it. Fix it. Monitor 2. There we go. That's the one. No, stop. There we go. Crack open web browser and then hit a Wikipedia random. The Cornelius Crane Pacific Expedition. The Cornelius Crane Pacific Expedition was privately sponsored by Cornelius Vanderbilt Crane and the Field Museum of Natural History institutionally sponsored the expedition beginning November 1928. The expedition, led by Cornelius Crane in the Illyria yacht, covered over 30,000 miles along the South Pacific, coasts along Asia, North Pacific, and west coasts of Canada. The expedition was funded primarily with the intent of making an accurate record of specimens and obtaining particular specimens such as sea serpents, cassowaries, cormorants, as well as an array of different reptiles and amphibians. When their expedition ended in late September 1929, bear in mind they started November 1928, so they were out for over a year, they brought back with them over 16,000 specimens. Cornelius Crane was the leader of this expedition. Captain and navigator was Selden B. Boutier, a man who had 30 years of experience at sea. The Field Museum staff made up the core of the scientific team, with herpetologist Carl Schmidt as head of scientific staff, Walter Weber, ornithologist and illustrator, Frank Wunder, taxidermist and preparator, also Harvard bacteriologist and immunologist William L. Moss, who also served as a physician and wanted to study tropical diseases and blood types while on the expedition, Albert Hare, ichthyologist and professor at Stanford University, Sidney Shercliffe, a friend of Cornelius Crane, yeah, Sidney, friend of Crane, photographed and filmed much of the expedition. He was credited, he being Cornelius Crane, as being one of the... Oh wait, no, Sidney was a dude. Well, whatever. Sidney was credited as being one of the first photographers to successfully film underwater coral. Interesting. Considering that that's like a very normal thing nowadays. First guy to do it. 1928 or 29. And Sidney Shercliffe did during the expedition at some reefs in the Tropics of Capricorn, which is in the southern latitudes below the equator. While only Shirklift was documented as official photographer, 5 men are known to have taken over 500 photographs of people, art, architecture, and everyday life in New Guinea. Murray Fairbank, Charles Peavy, friends of Cornelius Crane, also accompanied the expedition. The journey, this random could have been anything, by the way, and it just ended up being a really long one. There are longer ones, but this is a long one. The Illyria was built with the expedition in mind. Cornelius Crane Sr. gifted its construction to his son. The yacht was built to accommodate the space required for the scientific expedition. On September 14th, 1928, the Illyria was brought from Italy to New York. The yacht set sail the next month after it had been stocked with the necessary supplies on November 16th. The route of this expedition recalls that followed by Darwin as recorded. How does that sentence work? The route of this expedition recalls that followed. The route of this expedition recalls that followed by Darwin as recorded in his Voyage of the Beagle. Okay, so they were retracing Darwin's steps. It's possible to have one that takes an hour to read. Yeah, I know. I've randomly done Wikipedia random. That's the entire reason I put it as a viewer reward. Is because I already do this, and, knowledge. But yeah, there are some really long ones. Particularly anything to do with, general knowledge. Because then it's just a thesis. I read one that was, the Wikipedia article on liberalism. That one is long. Route. The route of the Illyria. Went from Bermuda to Cuba, to Haiti, to Panama, to Cocos, to the Galapagos Islands, to Polynesia, with these specific islands, Fiji, the New Hebrides, Solomon Island, New Guinea, Celebes, which is in Southeast Asian archipelago, Borneo, Bali, and Java. Okay, so it looks like they started off in Bermuda really quickly, and then get an idea of the route they went. They started off in the Caribbean areas, and then... No, they started off in New York. What am I talking about? And then they just started going east. Wow, they really fucking hauled ass around the planet. I'm not sure that route represented the actual order of things they went to, but who knows. After 11 months, the Illyria arrived at Boston on October 16th, 1928. It was a total of 32,000 nautical miles. For reference, nautical miles as opposed to land miles. Yes, the wiki one, I re-enabled it. I remembered. Nautical miles are miles that are adjusted for the curvature of the Earth, as opposed to, flat miles, which are literally just flat. But I think nautical miles are slightly longer than a land mile. Notable collections. Specimens collected during this expedition were given to the Field Museum of Natural History upon their return. On the expedition was a list of 881 mammals, 1,200 birds, 12,000 fish, 1,075 insects, 500 crustaceans, 300 mollusks, 100 worms, 50 echinoderms, and 2,008 reptiles and amphibians. Wow, they're not even going to segment reptiles and amphibians. Rude. They're not the same thing. Look, the Ark. Yeah, nautical miles. This one says... Unit used in air, marine, and space navigation, blah, blah, blah. Historically defined as the meridian arc length corresponding to 1 minute, 1/60th of a degree of latitude at the equator. Yeah. So today the International Nautical Mile is defined at 1,852 meters, which is about 15% larger than a standard land mile. But it's slightly larger. Anyways, birds. Time of the expedition, the cassowary was still a fairly new discovery. More information and research was desired to be collected on cassowaries. The Crane Pacific Expedition collected some specimens of cassowaries. Those on board the Illyria talked about consuming the cassowary meat during the expedition. We found them, we ate them, we left. Sorry, no, we found them, we ate them, we stuffed their bodies full of cotton and sewed them back shut to show on display, then we left. Fish. There was 1 new family, 7 new genera, 1 new subgenus, and 51 new species collected. Mammals. Frank C. Wonder, collector and taxidermist on the expedition, collected all 4 of the only specimens recorded of the Darwin's Galapagos mouse on the Galapagos Islands. Interesting. Wait. Hold on. Collected all 4 of the only specimens recorded in the Darwins. Okay, so theoretically there are more Galapagos mice in existence. Never mind, they are all extinct. So the only 4 specimens in existence of the Galapagos mouse were collected on an expedition in 1928 and 29. Or specifically January 29. So, you know. Galapagos mouse, rest in peace. Sorry that you were one of the numerous species that humanity extincted, just by sort of setting foot into an area that has a lot of highly localized animals, and then just sort of going, oh, what's an ecosystem? We're getting better at it. Slowly, but we're getting better at it. Anyways, tell me how you liked the knowledge drop. Let's go back to the game. Okay. So, gyro hook plus basically any of these 4 items produces whatever the hell this is. Which is scythe. Scythe. It's almost certainly a weapon. No, it's a tool. But what kind of tool? An extremely fast pickaxe is what it is. Holy shit. Can I reverse craft that into a... Oh, that's something else. That is something else. That is not... Okay. Alright. Cool. So there is a tree of things that exists with the gyro hook that are not just the gyro hook and the scythe. So scythe plus any of these 3 things, the cut wood, the stick, and the bone, specifically string in the scythe, turns back into a gyro hook. That is extremely valuable information. So now we have a crafting loop for that. And then scythe plus anything that can be crafted together with cut wood, string, stick, and bone is valuable. Methuselah. Yeah, that's a weapon. Probably way better than Azrael, too. Cut wood block. Stick. Bone. Methuselah. Methuselah. Alright, let's establish that the scythe is in fact not a weapon. It is a pickaxe. Whoops. Hold please, I screwed up. Grappling hook. The gyro hook is also a grappling hook. Methuselah is a sword. 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 Right. Now, in theory, if we craft this with any other thing, it should turn back into... Okay, cool. So, with just one gyro hook, we've got the potential to, like, swap back and forth between a really good weapon, a really good pick, and a really good grappling hook. That's really nice. Do we just want to, like, bail on our current loadout and just go for an upgrade? Let's... Hold on. we have a means of testing the actual efficacy of these different things. So we know you picked the wrong day. Wait, what was that thing with the revelation nut? Oh yeah, you reminded me. Okay, so it's gyro hook, pickaxe, or the Methuselah that produces this thing with a revelation nut. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot. I was already so excited with the idea of whatever this could be that I completely forgot to craft. Quite possibly the most the most expensive item in the game. Let's see what it is. Parashu. Is an axe. Or a cleaver, whatever you want to call it. I think I'll just call the axes cleavers. I know all of the axes have the cleaver, like, animation, but all of the things with cleaver animation look like axes. This thing's probably a hell of a beast as well. And that, with Revelation Nut, turns it back into a gyro hook. Fantastic. Alright. Now that we know, let's do a little until... Yeah, we're gonna do a damage test. We're gonna... These bubble bears so very kindly escaped their enclosure, so we're gonna go ahead and test it out on them. It was... No, not that. What was the recipe to get the sword? It was... Oh, I needed to have a scythe. That's what it was. So the scythe is a tool. Methuselah is sword. Right. I think with Azrael, it's a 3-shot to kill a bubble bear. 1, 2... Okay, it's a 2-shot with a bubble bear. I think it might be a 3-shot with a newt. Hold on. We're gonna test out on the newts. So we got 1, 2, 3 with Azrael. Methuselah is gonna be 1, 2. Cool. Parachute, maybe a 1-shot? No. That is also a 2-shot. I would guess that Parachute probably does a little bit more damage than Methuselah. It's just not noticeable on the newts. That's the theory, anyway. Now, let's see. I don't know. Which one do you think looks cooler? Parachute or Methuselah? Actually, you know what? Bad question. Parachute is more expensive than Methuselah, so we're gonna roll with Methuselah, because then we can do sequence crafting to refresh the durability. Yeah, Parachute is way cooler, but I have an eye for practicality, so I prefer having... We'll throw Parachute in the... Throw you in the special cabinet. Now we need to replace our pickaxe, so that's going to be... Actually, what is just a normal pickaxe plus a revelation nut? A bubble bear egg, because of course it is. We, in order to get the scythe, need to craft a gyro hook with bone stick, string, or cutwood block. Means we need another metal hook, which means more baguettes. Right, and I also need to replace the floor that I broke. There we go. VB. That's all the French I know. Don't expect any more. Metal hook. Revelation nut. Throw that in with a... not a stick. Cut wood. Now we got our upgraded sword, pick, and hook. So we're looking We're looking good for the end game. Now we got to refresh our Revelation Nut stocks. Maybe we go for 4 stacks of Revelation Nuts just to be safe. He said it was something that we wanted to have healing items for, so I don't know. Maybe this isn't a terrible idea. Am I bad at math? I am bad at math. I need 3 more of each. Oop. Not spoiling anything about it. Thanks. Maybe I want to get a fresh hate wand too. Alright, so we got 3 stacks of Revelation Nuts. We have a busted ass hate wand. Let's get a fixer upper for that. I think that's a ball wand plus a bone, yeah? That is what makes a hate wand? No, that's a friend wand. Let me actually just look up how to craft a hate wand because I have the crafting recipes in here. Hate wand. White tile and bone. Interesting. I need to not have that in my hand so that I don't actually accidentally explode the things I'm looking at. Right. Fresh hate wand. Throw that one in there. I don't think I ever found a recipe for the ball wand. You know what would be really funny? Okay, maybe that doesn't work. I thought maybe combining a... Actually, you know what? Maybe it still works. Let's throw... Okay, it being blue isn't enough. I see. It's fine. I guess we'll carry wood for the block, and then we'll keep... Let's just carry 2 stacks of wood instead of a stack of wood and a stack of dirt. Because odds are we'll fight mannequins, because we always fight mannequins. We'll have Methuselah, Scythe, Gyro Hook, Revelation Nuts, 4 of those. Glider Gloves, Flippers, we don't need those. And if we're going into somewhere dangerous, we should probably actually have some paraphernalia. So let's look at some different items that we can use. Whoops. I'm going to want more health. Let's look at what effects we have for hearts. The best ones we have for hearts are the Purity Ring, the Bubble Hat, and then there's various other things that have heart +2. So Purity Ring is probably just somewhere in here. Maybe? Whirl Ring? No. Maybe I crafted into something else. What was the... Purity Ring was an osmium block and a gear. Gear was baguette and metal, I think. Not baguette. Dough ring. Dough ring and metal. Or it was dough ring and osmium. Should have been osmium. Because this was back when I was experimenting with osmium, so... Yeah, there we go. Osmium block and a gear for the Purity Ring. Nice, big boost to hearts. The other thing was Bubble Hat. We have a whole shit ton of those. Courtesy of the Bubble Bear Farm. And then among the other things... Actually, let's just look for any other effects that might be useful. We're looking for effects that... Because I can get 2 more hearts, but I feel like that's diminishing returns at that point, versus maybe getting an item that improves our speed or leap. Because the squirrel ring improves our leap. So that we can jump higher with that. I think that makes our jump height 2? No, it doesn't. Why would it make our jump height 2? That would be useful. And then we could do Bug Ring, which is speed +1. I guess if we have a grappling hook, we don't necessarily need to have a faster or a higher jump height. I think having, or just having a higher horizontal speed will be more useful. Bug Ring, that is a Squirrel Ring plus an Osmium block. I have a whole shit ton of Squirrel Rings. And I am sitting on a platform of literally infinite Osmium. Okay. We have our gear. Get it? Bug Ring, Bubble Hat, Purity Ring, Heart +7, Lung +3, Speed +1. We're not exactly zoomy, but that's better than nothing. We got 4 stacks of Revelation Nuts. We have 2 stacks of cut wood, 1 for crafting, 1 for blocking as necessary. Glider Glove just in case. Let's throw that on our hotbar. I don't know which is going to be more useful to have on our hotbar. Let's keep those, and then if we need to pull the cut wood out, then it's right there. Let's heal a little bit. I think we have a little bit more HP in the tank. Yep. There we go. There's our loadout for whatever the hell is going to happen. If only I had a rejuvenation anchor. We should be able to find our way back relatively easily. Because we just kind of have to head east a little bit from where we are. Or from our other rejuvenation anchor. Just to be careful and to make my life easier, I'm going to make a nice, tall... Let's replace the hate one so that I don't accidentally blow myself up. Make a nice, tall spire out of cut wood so that if we do lose our way, we'll be able to identify the ley line relatively easily. That being said, I don't know whether or not the ley line disappears if you die while you're inside the ley line, so this might be useless. We have the wood anyway, so might as well. Okay, that's taller than all the mountains, so... should be good. I think I forget how to do the, There we go. Alright, we'll keep 40 there, 40 here. Lighter Glove, Hate Wand, all of our Revelation Nuts, 25 hit points. A little bit of speed, a little bit of lung capacity. Alright. 14th ley line. Let's see what happens, and pray that we don't screw it up. Oh, I just realized. Livid? I remember the last cutscene where something tells me to shred its mind. Is that what's going on? I think my game almost crashed there for a second. Oh my god. Oh my god, those explode! Brother. Ayah! Holy shit. Bad, 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 bad. It's got a shit ton of hit points. It's dropping bombs. Ouch. Ow. Don't get fucking close to me. What the hell? Oh, bad. It's okay. Whoop! Ha! I win. I don't win. I go back into the hole. I am rat. Actually, thank you. That helped me. Uh-oh. Wait, thank you again? Alright, I just need to drag you away from that whole situation. Get closer to me. Ouch! Alright, you take damage. Bad. Is this gonna spawn me outside of the ley line? I understand that this game is going to be a bitch about this. Okay. Duly noted. We had to have done so much damage to that damn thing. Also, evidently, one hate wand, not enough. So we're going to have to do a little bit of grinding in order to get back to, get another blooming, to get another you. I need every amount of experience that you can give to me. Now, if I remember correctly, this area over here has like a lot of slimes? Ooh, Verm. I think you... Come on, get close to me. You give me experience. I don't care about the... Oh, come on. Let me out! Oh, this is new. This isn't where we came from. Hello. Massive office building. Oh, this is creepy. Don't like this. Let's get out of here. Oh. It's just one of you. Significantly less threatening. Man. That thing ate most of the charge on a hate wand. That is rather impressive. Thank you, Livid, telling me that my attempt was good. Unsuccessful, though it may be. Whoop! Spider-Man. Ow. My mental pathing actually brought me back to where I expected to be. Let's get these off so that we don't destroy their durability. Hey, Verm. I need to remove you from existence for extremely non-personal reasons. Thank you. Your sacrifice is acknowledged, if nothing else. Now there should be a bunch of oozes around here. There we go. Hey, buddy. Oozes, good for grinding. The meat that flies to you of its own accord. Now, obviously, I could go back and grind bubble bears, but that's honestly just kind of annoying. And also, this area was where I last saw like an orb spider, so ow. Kinda like to stick around just in case another orb spider shows up. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, you overshot. Try that again. Can I craft more enemies from the goo? I think so. But I need the goo anyways, so might as well... Actually, can I craft? I can craft bubble bears from the goo. Gel bruiser, probably another... Nope, that's an egg. Segment? Ow! I think it's newt eggs and goo that's gonna give me ooze spawners, but this place spawns so many oozes already, I kind of don't need to craft spawners. As you can see, I've died here before. Purely from... Oh! Is that... Orb spider spotted. Ah! Fuck off! Juggle him, juggle him, juggle him, juggle him. Don't let him get close enough to hurt me. Nice! First time I ever killed one of those. What do you drop? That is deeply upsetting. Really? That's all you dropped? Give me a... That is... Of all the things that it could have dropped, that's an enemy I've seen a total of 3 times, and it drops silicon crystals. I know how to craft silicon crystals for cheap. What are the point? I don't even have a use for them. Maybe they are useful. The only thing I've ever successfully crafted them into is like circuit blocks. Alright. Of course we don't. get a ley line necklace. But we do get paraphernalia space, so now we can go in with 4 equipment slots instead of 3, and that'll equate to... Maybe speed wasn't the way to go with that. Maybe we should have gotten the extra hit points. We might have lived if there were 2 extra hit points in the mix. So we'll throw 4 in next time. We'll get our +3 and our +4 hearts. Then we'll get 2 other pieces of equipment to get us up to... I think that'll be 29 hearts? If I'm doing my math right? Come on. As you can see, there are oozes absolutely everywhere here. Really isn't much of a better place to be grinding. Lots of enemies. They run to you of your own accord. Their own accord, excuse me. They drop good experience. And they don't require me to wait for the bubble bears to shit out an additional number of eggs. And I also don't have to deal with their, well, all their drops that I don't care about. Get juggled, idiot. Come on, jump backwards. Let me finish you off. You don't want none? Come on. Let's go that way. There's more oozes over there. Jump this way. Come on. I believe in you. Oh, nice hit. I'm murdering them en masse, so the least I can do is give them props for when they do get a hit in. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that XP on the horizon. Come on. Actually, it occurs to me that when this place gets dark, fighting these is going to be a lot more difficult. Or maybe not. Kind of depends on whether or not it results in fog. If these things are flying in at me from beyond my capacity to see them, that might be problematic. Ow! You know, luckily enough, I think it was a good thing to spawn at that rejuvenation anchor, because now we're right next to an area that has a lot of farmable enemies. Come on. Almost. Almost there to another blooming. One more big one. Come on. There we go. Fingers crossed for a ley line. Awesome. All right. Let's get the heck out of here. I'm done farming your family. I need you to stop doing whatever it is you're doing. Okay, let's throw our goo in storage. These items go in. Tungsten. Am I storing any circuits? No, I wasn't. Circuits go in there, segments. Shockingly, I don't have any verm segments. Steel windows. Liege Picker in. Hate Wand. You are broken. No. Crafted the Hate Wand. The Hate Wand was white tile plus bone. Okay. Got 2 Hate Wands now. Gel Bruiser, which I do not need. Dormant Pendant, that's going to be for finding the boss. Revelation Nuts. No, don't click that lock. I missed my click. Hold on, we'll be back in a moment. There we go. Just need to build up the equipment to fight the boss again. Very clearly, 1 Hate Wand is not enough, so we got 2 now. We do not need goo. Goo be gone. Dormant Pendant's gonna be for finding the boss. In terms of rings, it was... The bug ring was speed, yeah? Yeah, the bug ring was speed. Bead bracelets and flower earrings give 2 hearts each. So let's get rid of the bug ring and then replace that with... I do not have any idea what the... Okay, berry earring, that works. And then flower earring. That is... good. So that'll be plus 4, 3, 2, and 2. So that's... Why can't I do math at the moment? 7 plus 4. So 11 additional hit points. That'll bring us up to 29. So hopefully that'll make us a little bit more survivable. Gotta rebuild stock of Revelation Nuts. Oh, right. I also need to repopulate those newts that I killed. Come on, let me out. Don't let the newt out, too, you little... Whatever. Y'all can exist in there. I don't care. So after experiencing that fight once, I think we're going to be a little too in the weeds to be able to effectively use the scythe, so maybe we keep the scythe as a secondary get the fuck out of dodge button, because we pretty much effectively were able to get out of pits with the Hate Wand. I wouldn't want to even attempt to try to mine my way out of any situation in there. So if we keep scythe off, glider glove was not readily apparently obvious. We'll keep those off, and then we can swap between scythe and glider glove with Methuselah just in case. You know what? Maybe we bring a 3rd Hate Wand just in case. Because who knows? Maybe it's got more than 2 Hate Wands worth of tank in its body. Buggering, I don't want you. Go away. I would need to be far speedier than I am to even attempt to get away from it, so I think we're just gonna have to tank it. Speed was an option on several level ups, but I just haven't been taking those kinds of... Yeah, this is what you get for annoying me. Thank you. I'm not gonna use your flesh effectively. You're bothering me while I theory craft. Okay, so we got Purity Ring, Bubble Hat, Flower Earring, 3 Hate Wands. $29 hit points. A bunch of healing, mobility. Yeah. That looks good. So now all we need to do is find the ley line. Hopefully we have another one somewhat nearby. Whoops. I forgot, I'm not fighting yet. I still need all this stuff out. Did I put the fucking pendant in the... Scatterbrained, scatterbrained. I should scrub the moss out my brain. There it is. That's the thing I need. Don't put it in your inventory, you moron. You crack that, and the Clone-Aqualia, it's just going to point to nothing. I wonder if there's a way to refresh. You want to bet that combining the leaky pendants with a revelation nut turns them back into a pendant? Have I just been needlessly grinding pendants this entire time? I would bet that a revelation nut plus a leaky pendant results in a dormant pendant. No, it results in a grappling hook. Never mind. That is extraordinarily satisfying to see. I'm glad that I wasn't wrong. Now we can continue on our way towards the boss in peace. I didn't even touch anything that time. I think I pressed 3, and it sent me back. Of course, I could have just fat-fingered the right mouse button. We're just going to teleport back and forth for a bit. Isn't that entertaining? Maybe if we teleport back and forth fast enough, the game will crash. No, but to the devs' credit, I have seen this game chug, but never crash. I think it should be good on that. Say a prayer. Oh, good. Just ignore everything that tries to attack me. Keela? Do not... You annoying little bastard. Okay, fine, let's do this. One more of you for the road. Orb Spider, please do not approach me. If you approach me, I'll cry. Do you have an angry face? Okay, yeah, no, you stay over there. And we all live happily ever after. Don't worry about that, I've been in there before. Hey, Ooze. You attacking me or you attacking the mannequin? You're attacking me. All you had to do was stay away. Now you're dead. come on, let me up. There we go. Oh dear. Nice. Wait a minute. That's back where I came from. Is there seriously a ley line hiding out in that building? I've walked I've walked past this building so many times. Fascinating. All right. UA Acton, who cares? We gotta grab our items and make another attempt. There really has got to be some way to convert a leaky pendant back into a dormant pendant, but couldn't tell me what it was. Right. You guys come out. Spur you on. You drop my hit points to basically nothing. $7, 29. I'm down a nut, so let's grab one more. Relation nut in. Gonna need to pick the mine up the Clone-Aqualia. Don't touch the Clone-Aqualia block. You're not done prepping yet. Damn it. I swear I don't normally do this. I think I'm just pre-choking. We get our choke out before the boss, so we don't choke during the boss. It's a purely tactical decision. Also, it occurs to me that I don't know what the ribbon or the beads do. Okay, that's sort of mid, honestly. Arm extension just increases our reach. String bracelet is more health. So we are going with this loadout. And now I have to heal again because I took all of that off and didn't think about it. Good thing I have all of these bubble bear flesh stockpiled. Good. I'm gonna grab our extra rejuvenation nuts. See dormant pendants in the... You saw way more than 2 dormant pendants in the chest. Wait, dormant pendants? I feel like a goddamn fool. Okay, so if we die on the boss... Holy shit. I'm gonna just take a moment. Oh. You know what those came from? Those came from when I was gathering the last rosary segments. I had pre-ground out those 2 additional dormant pendants to match how many additional rosary segments I needed, and then while I was doing that, I got 2 more level ups and managed to get pendants organically while I was walking around. So that's where these 2 dormant pendants came from. Let's throw those into the pendant. Oh god. It's fine. It's only a bad thing if we don't end up dying. I only wasted time if we don't die 2 additional times. 3 attempts? Yeah. We'll call it that. There we go. 3 hate wands. Actually, it occurs to me that there's every possibility a parachute has a secondary ability? No? Okay. Parachute is purely normal. Alright. While we're here and safe, I am going to go ahead and use the restroom so that I don't need to while we're fighting the boss. And then we'll come back after that and go make another boss attempt. See ya in a moment. Well, yes, I was holding my breath that entire time. Thank you, Livin. Alright. Back to game. Now let's see. Is there anything else that I could use for the boss? I think 3 hate wand. Do we want to be like extra careful and bring in another hate wand just in case? That way we can be a little bit more liberal in our usage of overwhelming force. Why not? They're relatively cheap. Me walking up to the function with an excess of nuclear armaments. In we go. One more attempt. This time with extra extras. I'm actually wholly unaware of any better healing items than Revelation Nuts. They're the best one that I've found. Wildebeest Flesh is not bad, but it's not stackable. So it's sort of all things considered. Alright. Take a drink of water. Refreshing. Get everything set up. Alright. Just to be clear, shift-clicking things will get them into my hotbar post-haste. In we go, in we go, in we go, in we go. Once more. All of our knowledge built up to this point has led us to this. All of the experience, all of the exploration, all of the backtracking, but less so the backtracking, because that's just me being dumb. Hello, Mr. Flesh Mannequin. Are you holding my rosary? That does not look like a rosary when you hold it like that. That looks like something else that I'm not allowed to say on a PG-13 rated stream. This isn't a PG-13 rated stream. They look like anal beads, all right? Flesh Mannequin holding a string of anal beads. What's up? Hurts, don't it? Get your finger out of my face. Oh my god. Extra hit points already unironically saving my life. Do its wings take damage? No, they don't. I don't know what triggers its finger to poke me. I think hitting the finger is what triggers it to poke me. Nope, it just pokes me whenever it feels like it. But I think I can jump it? Oh, maybe not. Oh dear. No, you don't. Wait, how am I back into a... Oh, goodness gracious me. Ow, stop poking me. We don't know each other like that. Ow. Dear sweet mother of Christ. My face. Oh. Phase 2. Victory! Oh dear, I'm gonna have to censor that. Wait, There's a face underneath the... There's a face underneath the smiley face. Smiley face is cracked. Are we waking from the dream? Can I finally get rid of this overlay and see the game for what it is? Path into oblivion is unbarred. Great, so I can send myself to oblivion when thou art ready. What? What's up with the tapeworm hanging down from the top of the screen? Wilt thou not walk with me? I don't know who you are. I'm gonna have to wait until the lore breakdown of this game. It's a kite. That makes more sense than a tapeworm. As the credits, 115 playtesters for helping shape the game, users of freesound.org for their amazing samples, my friends and family for their love and support, and thank you for playing Lucid blocks. Alright. Where's XSplit? Time! Oh god, it occurs to me that if I ever do speedrun, I'm gonna have to figure out how to use that too. Man, that seems like a pain. Post-game? Okay. That was that. And it didn't even give me any sort of item reward. Interesting. What do you say we drill down as far as we can go? Shall we send ourselves down into the abyss? We have nothing but time now. Let's go over to the, Actually, you. Let me, refill on some materials from your body. Probably going to need them if I'm mining down. I really don't know what else to do from here. I've been so far up that I couldn't feasibly go up any further. Let's see if there's an equivalent in the downwards direction, I guess. This game says that it's infinitely up and down, but I get a feeling that as you go further up and further down, passage becomes more and more difficult. So here we've got... Should have given you a Steam achievement? Did it give me a Steam achievement? Yes! Angel Greek letter that I don't recognize that kind of looks like an E. Kill question mark, question mark, question mark. Fantastic. I have 2 other achievements of and relating to brandishing an explosive and summoning my faith. It looks like there's a 4th wand. I don't know, maybe we look for that. It's got a smiley face on it. Maybe... Hold on. Where the hell is the game? There it is. Let me clear out a little platform really quickly so I can organize my thoughts. Yeah, man. I don't think I've crafted any wand apart from the hate wand. I don't think I ever figured out a recipe to craft the ball wand. Actually, that's untrue. I know how to craft friend wand, but only with a ball wand. I don't think I've ever successfully crafted a... How did you get out? You can't jump. Okay, I guess you just clipped through the wall. That's fine. We'll just leave you there. We're in the post game anyways. It's all just gravy on top at this point. There, I'm brandishing an explosive. Do I get a Steam achievement for that? No? Do I need to actually use it? Gotta throw it? Okay. I have water bombs somewhere. Let me use one of those instead, because I actually have multiple of them. I'll throw a water bomb at an ooze and see what happens. Probably just drowns it. Ooh, I wonder if making fire bombs is sort of the soft method for making more fire. Because if you have a recipe to make fire bombs using fire, and then every fire bomb that you throw generates more fire, then I would imagine that you can sort of soft farm fire through that method. Explode. Okay, that did that. Achievement get? Yep. Indeed. Achievement gotten. Wait. Brandish your faith. There must be a faith equivalent of the hate wand. Because I'm looking at the Steam achievement and it's got the same sort of smiley face thing. Actually, do all of the wands have smiley faces on them? Let me grab a friend and ball wand really quickly. I almost never use the friend or ball wand, so I don't know what the... No, you have a special... And you. So, whatever wand, can you pick up fire? No, not in any way that I've seen, or I've tried to. I have tried to use a foliage picker to pick up fire. I was not able to. When I've seen fires lit, they have dropped these fire items while they were burning. One of the achievements needs you to find the blob enemy? Oh, I bet that's the hidden achievement. Yep. So I'm missing the blob enemy and whatever the faith version of the hate wand is, which is something that we will have to figure out shortly. You have everything you need to craft the faith wand. I would imagine I have so many things. I have everything I need to craft the 8 faith wand. That is definitely not the faith wand. I would imagine the faith wand... No. Paddle. That's a mace. Bone scythe. I have everything I need to craft the faith wand. What do I use to craft the hate wand in the first place? I use white tile and bone. Is there something particular about the tile? That makes a hate wand. That makes a pick. Makes string. No idea what that makes. If you need more hints, let me know. This might just be a good time to do some theory crafting. Well, no. Hold on. Let me think. White tile and bone makes a hate wand. I don't know how to craft a ball wand. Maybe if white and bone makes... White tile and bone makes a hate wand, maybe black and bone makes... No. I think I might need a different kind of tile. Actually, does using a different kind of tile and bone still yield a hate wand? No, specifically white tile and bone makes a hate wand. That's the only recipe I know of to make a hate wand, I think. Let me check that really quickly. Yep, white tile and bone is the only recipe I know of to make a hate wand. Limestone is not particularly white, so maybe it needs to be white and tile to make a hate wand. I think I have some other more generic tile blocks. Yeah. How about you plus a bone? You make a hate wand too. So just a normal tile block makes a hate wand as well. Let's look at all of our different wand recipes. See if we can notice any patterns. Ball wand plus pale grass equals friend wand. Basically anything plus a ball wand equals a friend wand. Ball wand plus hate wand equals friend wand. Wooden pick plus ball wand equals friend wand. Maybe if we combined ball and hate, or wait a minute. No. We established this when we figured out how to get through the plastic crafting tree. There is a associative relationship between items in the same category. And if you exhaust all other items in a category, then it gives you the last thing. So I bet if you combine all three of these... Hey! Towards the end, I understand the game a little bit. I was right. This is the exact same method we used to discover the purple blocks. We established that there was a blue and red category with the plastics. We combined all of the... Oh man, fuck yeah. You gotta have a little faith, baby. What does this do? That was ball wand plus friend wand plus hate wand equals faith wand. Method also works as capsules, I would imagine. I'm not going to test this out in my Clone Equalia. Last time I tested out a new wand, I blew a hole in my platform. Thank you, Hate Wand, for doing that to me. So we'll go back into the overworld to try this thing out and see what it does. I would imagine it's better than the other ones in terms of doing damage. Let's get up a little elevated just in case this thing is the nuke that I pretend that the hate wand is. I am sorry, little one. Why do blocks look like this? They're still mining normally. I am on hella drugs. For no inherently obvious reason? Oh my god! I don't think that was the Faith Wand's doing, but... Why are... I mean, I guess it does give me a degree of ability to see through blocks, but apart from that... I wonder if this has something to do with being able to visualize block values. Okay, I'm still tripping balls here. Okay. Weird. All of the white plastic is almost entirely transparent. All of the black plastic is entirely opaque. The white tile is opaque. Osmium is opaque. Okay, that black smudge is the torus. We never established what the fuck that thing is. What is that reflection? No idea. I think those are shadows. The music changes every time I use it. I was gonna clean my room until I got high. Ooh, okay, so we've got the faith wand. Not sure what it does, but we got it. Now that we have all 4 wands, what does crafting all 4 wands together do? Yeah, unexpectedly, this makes a hate wand. Bone scythe! Yay! We have the most expensive conceivable recipe to make a bone scythe ever! Hooray! Moving on. Y'all can get in there. Faith wand, you can stay doing whatever the hell you do. Capsules. We gotta make that enemy. Special enemy. It's also conceivable that we already have that special enemy. I don't know what a blasphemy is. Maybe the blasphemy is the thing we need. Also have gyrofish. I bet gyrofish probably drop gyro hooks. Alright, switching gears to capsule crafting. We have got a whole shit ton of experience. Blasphemy is the shiny spider. Oh! The things that drop kilos? I've just been calling those things kilos the entire time. Okay. Gel is the things we've been calling oozes. Mercury, I don't know what mercury is. Mannequin is mannequin. Preta is the things that were up in the hell above heaven that are terrifying and drop... What is it called? Meat or apparatus. Mishu is that guy over there. He's harmless. Golems are only harmless if you don't attack them. Wildebeest, we know what those guys are. Mercury. What is mercury? A little white thing that attacks. Oh, I bet this mercury is a shape. I bet that's what the mercury is. Okay. So let's switch gears. Let's switch back into crafting mentality. Get the leaky pendant out of here. Don't just shit your... Unbelievable. Just pooping his stuff all over the platform. I don't know where I was going with that. Right. Getting gear of crafting. We need a variety of starting materials. I think Newt Capsule is a precursor to a whole shit ton of different capsules, and it looks like cut wood, which I just threw away, and Newt eggs make a lot of our supply. Is that only one? Okay, if I do 2 and 2, does that multiply? No, it doesn't, which means that we're going to have to do this one by one. I think there was a more efficient method to craft new capsules, but I just can't be bothered to figure it out at the moment. No, don't trash the wood, you dingus. is going to be to get together as many different capsule varieties as we can. Hold on, we're gonna need some specialized cabinetry for this. Alright. There's our cabinets. We are going to have blue, purple, and... excuse me. Red capsules. Let's grab blue, purple, and red. Let's get organized. No, don't go in there. Got blue, blue, purple, red. Let's transfer all of the existing newt capsules that we... newt capsules, just capsules in general, that we have into the associated cabinets. Now we're organized. Newt capsules. You are a precursor variety. Let's see. The fruit femmes, I do not think craft into many other things. They mostly craft into bubble bears. I think there is something the fruit femme crafts into that isn't... oh, right. I forgot about the faceless bubble bears. Creepy things. We might need to make some faceless bubble bear capsules, just in case. How many do I have? One. Okay, let's start off, actually, by making some faceless bubble bear capsules. That's these things. They're both called bubble bear capsules, but if you spawn one of these things, they have no face. That's raw sheep, bubble bear egg, green and red top, bubble bear flesh, and cysts. So let's go and grab some of those. How many do I get per craft? I get 2. Let's make 4 of each. Gonna need 4 red top. Got that. Going to need 4 bubble bear eggs. Yes, we'll throw them in like that. 4 raw sheep flesh. I might not have enough. Might need to craft some more. I do. How was raw sheep flesh made? I think it was green and red top bubble bear flesh. Yeah. Okay, I need... how many of that? Technically I need 2, but whatever. I'm gonna grab something less valuable than... wow, where did I get all this white tile from? I think I can craft inverted bubble bear meat with plastic. I think that'll work. Oh, I need 2 more, so I need that. Yep. Eating plastic never hurt nobody. It's fine. Okay. Now we got everything except cysts. Look for the cysts. Yes, microplastics. Yum, 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 yum. The CDC says microplastics are good for you. Trust me, I'm a vaccine denier. What is the last thing that I'm missing? Wait, no, it just tells me. Oh, red dot. Yep. There we go. Do, 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 do. And raw sheep flesh is entirely unnecessary for the recipe. TIL. Wasted And cysts. Really? It's just that. Okay. Let me amend my recipe really quickly. Red and green top bubble bear flesh and a bubble bear egg makes... Well, it could make less than 2, I guess. Oh, look at that. Makes 1. Okay. 7 should be fine anyways. Let's throw the cysts and the sheep meat back in there. Got some of that. Let's look at other materials. Fruit femme. I should craft some of you. The most efficient recipe I have is newt capsule and bubble bear capsule. Have any other recipes? Bubble bear, egg, and cut wood block. That is significantly cheaper, so we'll do it that way. Tell me I have more bubble bear eggs. Ooh, yes I do. All right. And because I don't have work tomorrow, I can stream as late as I want, figuring out all of these fucking capsule recipes. It's great. It's fine. I don't immediately default to unhealthy habits when time is no longer of an essence. Remember, kids, PTO is just practice for when you're retired. 24-hour stream, yippee! I actually have shit that I need to do it tomorrow, unfortunately. That being said, I don't have... I was thinking about doing like 2 3-hour streams on one day just to find out how that feels. Because I do have time. Like next week I'm off Monday through Wednesday, so if I wanted to do... Well, I couldn't do a double 3 on Wednesday, I would be losing my mind. But I could try doing a double 3 on Monday. Just to see how I feel about doing it. What is... Oh, right. Of course, I know what that recipe is. It's my favorite healing item. Of course that would be fucking... okay. Next up. Let's throw y'all up here. Bubble bear. I need more of you. Bubble bear capsules. Let's look for a cheap recipe. We've got... Is there any recipe for bubble bear that doesn't require a newt capsule? Also, why does my caps lock keep turning back on? Obviously because I keep pressing it. Bubble bear capsule. Anything that doesn't require another capsule, preferably. Nope. Those all require other capsules. I could waste time trying to figure out a different recipe for a bubble bear capsule, but I don't know if that's worthwhile. I think bubble bear plus wood is just going to give me, like... Yeah, fruit femme. I don't know, string? Also fruit femme. Bubble bear, there's got to be a way to craft bubble bear capsules direct from bubble bear eggs. I don't know why that wouldn't be the case. I don't know, shot in the dark, feathers. Some more blocks. Okay, sure. What if I use more than one wood? Is that its seed? Okay. Makes a fruit seed. Good for me. Might as well harvest these just in case. They end up giving me something useful. Also, what the hell is that? Cash cube? Why did I have a cash cube? Does farming give you cash cubes randomly? Who knows? Oh my god! What? If I'd have known... Oh. I would have gone much harder into farming if I'd have known. About multiple bubble bear eggs. Nothing. Alright. No, don't go in there. Okay, that just turns it into a bubble bear egg? Okay, that's not nothing. It's confusing, but not nothing. So, newt egg plus... nut. Makes 2 bubble bear eggs. No, you go into my inventory. I don't know. What do you think crafts a bubble bear egg? Because we need bubble bear capsules as precursors to a lot of other capsules. So if we can craft that in a method that doesn't require us to craft newt capsules first, that would be ideal. I can't believe that this game gave me cash cubes at this point in the fucking run and rejuvenation anchors. God, I wish I had been farming more. Alright, let's look at the logic. Newt capsules are made with newt eggs. Pretty much nothing else. Come on, don't do stupid things. Alright. We sort ascending so that we can actually see different recipes. All grouped together. Yep. Bubble bear capsules require me to craft using either newt capsules or fruit fem capsules. Those are all of the recipes that I have for bubble bear. That being said, I don't think I've actually crafted a lot of these recipes, so it's possible that there is a recipe among these that crafts multiple bubble bear capsules at once. So let's evaluate that. I'll do a sampling. I don't think any of the low value items is going to give me a lot of bubble bear capsules. I think if I combine it with things like baguette or aluminum or pink or pale grass, then it'll yield higher rates of return for bubble bear capsules. So let's grab that. Pale grass. Baguette. Ooh, turning myself around. Maybe... These are all fruit fem recipes. Alright, so let me look at those again. Oh, that was an aluminum block plus a newt capsule. Aluminum's going to be in one of these. There we go. I have methods of producing egregious quantities of aluminum with relatively little expense, so that's fine. We have dry grass, pink grass, pale grass. Dirt probably doesn't do much. About goo. After all the goo farming, we have an excess of goo, so let's look at that. Right. Pale grass and fruit fem. One. Pale or fruit fem plus baguette. Also one. Fruit fem. Stop going into my hotbar. And aluminum. Also one. And goo to finish us off. Also one. Alright, so it looks like we do not have a good recipe for bubble bear eggs. Capsules, not eggs. I don't think I've ever tried combining one of those with, like, multiple bubble bear items. Maybe that improves the yield? Maybe if I go with like a... Well, putting this in with a bubble bear egg yields a bubble bear capsule, yeah. Just one, though. That's an obvious recipe, so I'm not even going to count that. What if I do it with, like, red and green top bubble bear flesh? Okay, that just produces faceless. That's not going to give me anything in particular, is it? Okay, that did boost yield. So, Newt plus Bubble Bear Egg and Bubble Bear Flesh gave us 2 for the price of 1. So that is an improvement because Newt capsules are more valuable than... all of those other items. So that's going to be GT Bubble Bear Flesh. Produces 2 Bubble Bear capsules. That's 7 of those, so let's test really quickly to make sure that it's consistent with red and green top. It is consistent. So I don't need to craft into red top to increase yield. Using 2 bubble bear items will work. Now we have 9 bubble bears, which is good. We have 8 faceless fish capsules. I have 2 methods of crafting those, and that's with fish corpses and bone or meat apparatus and flippers. Freaky. Fortunately, I have at least some fish corpses. I don't know if I ever found a recipe to make those. But... oh, those are feathers, not bones. Genius. Where are my bones? They're where I put my bones, obviously. That yields 2. Did I ever... no, I didn't mark that as having an output of 2. But that's probably an effective way of multiplying your fish corpses, is by crafting and killing fish from capsules. I think every fish you kill drops at least 1 fish corpse. We have 10 of those now. Voids. In order to make... empty bucket and skyrock. Well, the good news is I have an egregious excess fuck ton of buckets. So let's do that. Those buckets and skyrocks. Good news on that front is that I went to space, so I have a bunch of skyrocks. Nice. Crafts 2 each, so we're gonna have a nice healthy quantity of voids. I think I have a crafting recipe for skyrocks and buckets now, so that should be good on that front. Verms. Those are probably something that I need other capsules in order to craft. Yep. I need to... oh, wait a minute. I can make them with string and meat apparatus, but I don't have a steady supply of meat apparatus. And the only method I know to find it is to craft pretos, so that's not going to be super efficient. The only other methods I have for those require string and either mannequin, wildebeest, blasphemy, or Preta capsules. So which one of those is the cheapest for me to craft? Wildebeest, I need Preta. Blasphemy. I need Mishu or mannequins. Mannequins, I need what are mannequin recipes? Come on, I have 2 recipes: cut wood blocks and glass shards. That is easy. I have a bunch of glass. I fucking need to stop accidentally throwing all of my shit in the trash. It's embarrassing. Alright. That's... Can I increase the output by increasing the amount of cut wood that I use? Well, let's check after I actually... Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, that's the same recipe. Alright, so increasing it by... 1 doesn't do anything. What about 4? Nope. Last one I'm willing to try is 8. Yep. Alright. Okay. This really is the point at which all the stockpiling becomes very helpful. Mannequins are, for you, verms. I needed... string and mannequin. Alright. Was that a 1-to-1? Might have been. No, it's a 1-to-2. Okay. Minion, mannequin, not minion. Use is 2. Call that good. Eight verms, 11 mannequins. Next up on the list is gyrofish. I think gyrofish are the ones that had a very specific recipe. It was fish capsules and tooth blocks. And only... I think that produced 2 per, and I have many, many tooth blocks, so that's fine. Maybe 2 per, yeah. I didn't note down that it crafted 2, but it does craft 2. Alright. That is stock for all of the blue entities that I show here. I have some other blue entities, but let's just focus on stocking what we have already there, and then we can go through and find what we're missing. Mishu capsules, no, do not drag. Just... Right, those all require either Newt, Preta, or Blasphemy capsules. Newts are the cheapest, and then I can craft those with logs, bone, dice, or hate wands? Sure, whatever. New capsule you get over here. Let's throw out 4 of you. And 4 bones. And does that craft 1 or 2 Mishu? 1. I swear there was a recipe that was more efficient. Maybe we grab a log block really quickly. It's a wood scrap block. Huh. No. If I remember correctly, wood scraps have very low item values. There we go. That's still 1. What are the odds we find Glass shard? No. Nut. Nope, that's for later. We'll keep 4 Mishu for now. Golems. What do I need for you? I need dirt and mercury capsules. I bet I can craft golems with clay. Where's my clay? There it is. You want to bet Newt and clay gets me golem? Yep, gets me a bubble bear. What if I had more clay? At a certain point, it turns into Mishu. 6 Newt and 6 clay. Produces 1 Mishu. Okay, that's notable considering I can farm clay, and now that I kind of have a use for it, ish. It's just called clay, right? Clay lump. I think I avoided crafting with clay lumps mostly because they filled up my inventory multiple times and I hate them. Mishu. Mishu capsule, quantity 1. Let's specify the recipes where we know it only crafts 1. Golem Mishu plus clay. That looks like it crafts Preta. And at some point turns back into Newt capsules? Mishu plus 10 clay lumps. Multiplies. I can multiply my Newt capsules by doing a clay loop with Newts and Mishu. That is compelling enough of an argument for me to do the unthinkable, which is to make a clay farm. Incredible. Do I really want to make a clay farm at this point in the game? I'm basically just achievement hunting at this point. I think I'll be fine with my current stock of clay. Excellent. Let's... What do you... There we go. That's interesting. In you go. You Mishu. And then... And... What the... There we go. Look at that. So efficient. Kind of, ish. Sort of a pain in the ass to actually craft. Nice. Livid, do you know of any more effective methods for, like, inventory management? Because currently the way that I'm doing things at the moment is a gigantic pain. Like, I know I can press shift right click in order to break stacks in half, but is there like a Minecraft-esque click and drag to evenly distribute across inventory slots? Glacier Pocket's back on the menu? Yes, it is. Not really? Okay. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. I guess, in the meantime, I can kind of sort of split. There's a mod that does that? Oh, well, unfortunately I'm not playing with mods. I'm getting the natural Lucid blocks experience, which is mostly just suffering. Because I imagine there's a mod that's like, oh yeah, we'll just keep track of recipes for you. So that you don't have to do it on a spreadsheet. Or do it in the the UI provided so generously by the developers, which is literally just a notebook. Hey devs, can we get an actual note-taking method? No, why not? We hate you. Alright. Got a nice and neatly multiplied collection of new capsules. I took one Mishu in order to start that nonsense. So let's give back to the Mishu. Whoops. 2, 4. There we go. Now we have a bunch of extra new capsules, a bunch of extra Mishu capsules. Why did I need the Mishu capsules in the first place? It's because I was making Golem capsules, and to make Golem capsules, I needed Mercury capsules. In order to make Mercury capsules, I need osmium blocks and blasphemy capsules. In order to get blasphemy capsules, I need Mishu and or mannequin capsules and either aluminum blocks or cut wood. Well, let's evaluate whether or not one is more efficient than the other. So Mishu and mannequin. And then it was cut wood and aluminum. Which one needed the aluminum? Mishu. Right. So you produce blasphemy. 2 of them. And you produce blasphemy. 1 of them. So there is one that is clearly more efficient than the other. And that is the Mishu recipe. Congratulations, you are superior. Means that I'm going to need a lot more Mishu. Ugh. Wiki is pretty cool for recipes, so I'd rather use that than the mod. Yeah. I mean, if I were so inclined, I could go use the wiki to find the recipe for the entity I'm looking for, but that would be depriving myself of the entertainment. And depriving you all of getting to experience my slowly flagging thought processes. What if I combine these? Ain't no fucking way that just makes golems. I did not just have a momentary lapse of mental capacity to fast track myself to a recipe to make golems. I swear I didn't look that up. Oh my god. Fantastic. Excellent. I also didn't take note of... golem capsule. 1. Fantastic. Also, Peter, spoilers, since you haven't found all the entities. Yeah, I haven't found all the entities. I think I've seen the Haze mob in passing, and by passing I mean falling through the void, because I did see something while I was falling through the void. There's also those entities that are just sort of like, they float around and then when you look at them they disappear. I don't know whether or not those are actual entities or not, but my god, who'd have thought clay to be useful? Now, glass shards, that comes at a premium, because the only way I know to get those is to find actual glass out in the world and break it. So that's got to be used relatively sparingly. I think what I have is all I've got. Yeah, I mean, I could go back and go to try killing those floating fellas. I've tried, but I can't hit them. I mean, there's 2 kinds of floating fellas that I know about. There's the spinning UFO ones, and then there's the ones that just kind of float about, so when you look at them, they disappear. The UFOs drop machinations. Are there any other floating fellows? Oh, actually, there's a bunch of floating fellows. There's bees, there's boids, there's explodum. I guess you're right. If I use a bomb, or if I use a hate wand nearby them, I don't necessarily have to look directly at them. So you do have a point there. We're sort of not in a position to be able to effectively test that theory, though. Why? Why does clay and a nut equal a... Are glass shards a fast-track way of crafting capsules? If I use glass and a feather, is that going to give me a newt capsule? No, it's going to give me wool, but I think that's because feathers override glass's item category. What's a cheaper version of... About newt flesh? Is that a newt? What? Why does... What? Huh? What? Glass shard plus newt flesh equals sheep. Obviously. Because... that's how logic works. So... weird. About... glass plus newt... Well... yeah, of course it's going to make a new capsule, but how many? One. That's not particularly efficient, and kind of a waste of... glass. Particularly when we can craft basically the same thing with newt eggs and dirt, so... good to know. I guess we might as well use some of that newt flesh in order to craft up some additional sheep capsules, because we are going to need those. Theoretically. Probably a better way of crafting these with, like, wool or something, but while I've got the glass on hand, might as well do it that way. I think that's some additional... yep, didn't have those in there before. 8 golem capsules. New capsule you get in there. Let's think. So, the blasphemy capsules, the blasphemies are the ones that drop the Keelas. So if I combine the Keelas with the glass shards, logically, excuse me, that would produce blasphemy capsules, yeah? No, it produces Excello rings? Sure. I think that's just because Keelas tend to produce Excello rings when crafted with things, so their item tree is taking precedence. I don't know of any other drops from the blasphemies, so I think that just works out to how it does. Meat apparatus and glass probably results in Pritas. Yep. How do you... it's Apparatus. And judging by it normally only producing one, I'm guessing that that's going to be this case here when it only produces one. Yep. Preta capsule. 1. Wildebeest capsules are probably the same story. But I can probably make them with wildebeest meat. And I have a shit ton of that. No. Wildebeest meat and glass produces Preta, because of course it does. Why would that be the case? Raw wildebeest flesh produces Preta capsule at a rate of more than 1, then that's probably worthwhile. No, it's not more than 1. Okay. Let's think about this a little more. Glass and fish probably produces fish, glass, and glagler. How do I make glagler normally? Void capsules and graves. Where are my graves? There they are. I guess I should start just combining random shit with glass to see what happens, yeah? Okay, that's a fruit femme. No, keep the glass in there. That's a string necklace. Glass and cut wood makes a mannequin, but I think we already had a cheap recipe for mannequins anyways. Oh, wait, no, we just already had that recipe. Duh. That makes new capsules. Glass shard and graves makes a paddle. Glass shard and Preta makes... that looks like a wildebeest capsule. Hold on. Let me refresh my memory as to what a wildebeest capsule looks like normally. Yeah, that was definitely a wildebeest capsule. We have better recipes for that. I can just use wool to make wildebeest, and that makes wildebeest at a rate of 2, so that's way more efficient. And I think I can make wool with feather and string, yeah? Yeah, okay. I have a bunch of that available to me if needed. Let's throw that in there. Okay, it's mostly Preta capsules that I see getting crafted into wildebeests. Preta capsules, all of my recipes are... Okay, I can make Preta capsules at a rate of 2 per craft with Bubble Bear and Mishu. Let's grab ourselves some Mishu. And actually, first off, instead of doing what I'm currently doing, I am actually going to set up a clay farm right quickly, because I get this feeling that we're going to run out sooner than we expect. So let me get that started. Fortunately, we already have a design philosophy for making farms, so this should be relatively quick. I just need to find my clay shipbox. I would have put the clay shipbox with the clay. Genius. Alright. We need black and white plastic. Do not have much black plastic. Black plastic. Blue plastic 4, purple, white, green makes black at a rate of 7 per craft, and then I can use one of all the red categories to make it at a rate of 5 per craft. That is easier, so I'll do it that way. How much black plastic do I need? Say 35. That's... Wait, no, that's 7 times 5. Ah! Sometimes the crafting recipes multiply, sometimes they don't. Sort of a crapshoot as to whether or not they do. There we go. Okay, we'll go ahead and tack on the clay. We're gonna want to do this slightly differently. Because the clay stacks a hell of a lot quicker. Actually, you know what? It probably doesn't stack quicker. I think I'll only need the 2 funnels. Should be fine. I mean, unless I want to make a shit ton more. We'll figure this out. It's fine. Get that. I'm going to need my scythe and my hook shot. Brown plastic and funnels. So we got one up. Brown, funnel, brown, brown, funnel. No, that's not a funnel. That's a funnel. But my plastic bag. Beef? You probably swallowed that too, didn't you? No, I got that one back. Why? Inconsistent. Might as well make a cabinet while we're here. Cabinet gonna go there. See if we can make this jump. Nice. As I immediately fall off. Okay. So we're gonna want... Hold on, my brain's not working. Yeah. Okay. Here's those, and then we get 1, 2, 3. Cap off the corners with black plastic. Oh, we traditionally use white tile for the halos. What is more important than tradition? Oh, never mind. Leave those chained. Throw down our clay box. Ta-da! Whoa. Wait. Do these things have the ability to break blocks? If so, that's going to be a problem. Also, it's become evident that I had previously constructed these with white tile instead of plastic. Didn't I construct these out of plastic? I did. I just didn't keep that consistent across the different builds. That's fine. Alright. We've got clay shipbox up and running and producing clay, theoretically. Yep. Not much, not quickly, but it's running. Let's switch over our clay storage to the expected area. Wait, clay box are in my inventory. There we go. Throw our excess plastic back in. White tiles, you go. In there, I guess. Funnels, y'all in there. And now we're back to capsule crafting. All right. Up next on the list was Wildebeest, and for Wildebeest we needed Prita, and for Prita we needed Mishu. And for Mishu we needed clay. That was the logic behind our actions. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. It was... It was newt and 6 clay for 1 Mishu, and then it was 10 clay and 1 Mishu for 2 newts, and we were cycling back and forth. I do want to try to see if there is any of these other recipes that are more helpful for crafting Mishu capsules, because dice are weird and I don't really have any other use for them. So if I can craft... I tried to craft a... Wait, no, these are Mishu. I'm trying to craft Mishu. I need newts. That's what I need. Newt plus hate wand, no. Wool plus blasphemy. What if I just use wool plus newt capsule? Do I not have any wool on hand? No, I don't. Alright. Might as well craft some then. Got that there. So that's... And log blocks. Newt and wool. Wait. No, it was blasphemy capsule and newts that produced Mishu. Never mind. Wool is not useful. What was the other recipes that we had? Dice, bone, and log. We know bone produces 1, so that's... Newt and log produces 1. Then newt and dye produces 1. Okay, so we don't have any more efficient recipe for crafting Mishu at the moment. All of these Mishu recipes use either newts or higher tier entities to craft. Wait a minute. Do Mishu and Prita craft into each other? They do. The question is, does Prita and dice multiply into 2 Mishu capsules? Right, Prita, not Mishu. Because if so, then we have a loop. Nope, it's just 1. That sucks. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not the worst thing ever. Because then we take a Mishu and then we combine that with what in order to get 2? Bubble bear egg? Bubble bear eggs are cheap. Yeah. Okay, that's a useful loop. So let's multiply out our Mishu and Pritas, and for that we are going to need dice and bubble bear eggs. Bubble bear eggs we can get in excess. Here, let's grab another significant quantity of them. Dice. Dice, I don't remember exactly how to craft. Blue and peach ambiguous blocks. Blue, peach. How many does that get me? That recipe is incorrect. Vomit blocks and white tile blocks give me dice. I must know other... I got dice really, really early on. Maybe that was before I was even keeping track of recipes. And when I got them, I got a whole shit ton of them at once. It's gotta be one of these. Let me look at the... White tile block and vomit block gets me 2 dice. Dice and vomit blocks are related. I do remember that. Let's look at the vomit block recipes. of which I have several. Zany blocks and ambiguous blocks make Visonia flowers. Dice and Visonia flowers make vomit blocks. If I combine a vomit block with a Visonia flower, I can backcraft it into dice. I know I have a recipe for a shit ton of Visonia flowers. And vomit blocks are where? There we go. Nope. Okay. Other choices. What in the hell? Is that a peach A block? Just horrifically color distorted? No, it's an Amore block. Okay, sure. Vomit block plus cut wood block. AMOR block. Vomit block. How does that craft a revelation nut? In what universe? Okay, that's a more blocks. Nope. 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 Seems like vomit blocks like crafting a more blocks. Maybe a more blocks like crafting dice? No, but they do like crafting newt eggs. And going backwards into vomit blocks. And wool, apparently. Alright. Let's think about this a little bit more. Maybe I need to craft in multiplicities. Put one in, and then put in a bunch of Visonia flowers. That doesn't do anything. If I put in more vomit blocks. Nothing. Your head hurting, Queen? Mine too. More block and vomit block. We really are just trying shit. We know that... Ouch! Let me punch my microphone again, but this time actually hurt myself. It's okay. Bruises heal. The insanity from playing this game will never heal. Okay. A more block and vomit block makes wrapper blocks. I think I knew that, but... Wrapper blocks and vomit blocks. Those go back into a more blocks. Let's complete the tree then. Vomit, a more wrapper produces. That's a friendship hawk, isn't it? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever placed one of these. Is this a Shipawk in hiding? No, it's a heart cube. I remember you now. That definitely is a friendship hawk. Yep, I think that's the original method by which I crafted friendship hawks in the first place. Not that I'm not going to note the recipe down just in case. Let's go a little bit further with the tree. Okay, that's going to make a ball shipawk. Probably 3 of them, yeah? Yep. Ball shipawk. 3. Believe it or not, we are still trying to craft dice. May not be obvious, but that is what's going on. Oh, right, we need another wrapper block. Purple A block, really? Sure. What am I missing? Ball shipawk. Hey, howdy, hey. Look at that. So we got Vomit Block, Amore Block, Rapper Block, Friendship Hawk, Ballship Hawk, and Purple A Block. And what is that craft? Damn straight, that be dice. Fucking 8 of them. Fantastic. Ugh. Well, we have a recipe for it now. Great. It's just, you know, extraordinarily expensive. And I need dice to make vomit blocks in the first place. If I Okay, I can use... I think I can use... Okay, that does just yield 1 cut wood block, or 1 vomit block. But if I combine it with 2, does that multiply out? No, it still does 1. Okay. This will get more complicated before it gets better. Bezonia flower A block makes vomit block. Bezonia flower dice makes... Okay, that's just gonna have me crafting the tree back. Let's look at the dice recipes again. So we've got the complete the tree recipe for dice. Vomit block and white tile makes dice. Maybe it was purple A block and peach A block that made dice. No. Maybe I needed to combine all of the different colors of A blocks in order to make dice? Come on. No, it just makes a... all Shipok. Makes a friend Shipok. You're just gonna have me complete the square again, aren't you? Or complete the set, rather. What about with all of them but... Stop it! Peach. Because Peach is the weird one. I swear there is a way to turn Peach into dice. I just couldn't tell you what it is. Alright, we've got a weird thing going on there. I think I have friendship hawks stored away somewhere. Maybe not. Friend Shipok. More easily made with vomit blocks and goo, but that is... We're already low stock on vomit blocks. Wait. Make it with a more blocks and cyst. So somehow dice blocks are related to the Shipok blocks. They're in a similar tree. They might not be on the same tree, but they're in... They do interact with flowers. I wonder if I can create them with flowers. Worth exploring. Let's grab a bunch of different flowers. Also, let's put the fucking... those away so I can have the inventory space. Throw you in there. Wool, you are something that I will put in a location that I will decide upon at a future date. There we go. I think I've made dice using flower combinations at some point, and if that is the case, then I should be able the dandelions. There we go. Cyst. No. It's fucking alchemy. Pink grass, you are clearly important. Cyst, throw you in there. That's a bubble bear egg. That's a revelation nut. What the hell? Why would I ever voluntarily craft that? Alright, cyst. I remember now. Cysts are related to the bubble bear tree, so we don't put that in. Okay, take the eye out. Pink grass in. That's pale grass. Okay. Dandelion. Bezonia flower. That's aster. Let's grab aster out of there. Is there any amount of... Okay, so that turns into buzzflower. That turns into aster. That is, I think, light green grass. Yep. Aster dandelion. Light green grass. Dark green grass is the product of that. Try again. Light green grass, dark green grass, pale grass, bluegrass? Alright, I'm gonna need to take note of that, because I think that's the first time I've ever crafted bluegrass. So that's LG grass, DG grass, dandelion, aster, pale grass. Bear in mind, we are still trying to craft dice. Yep, 5 bluegrass. In we go again. Aster, dandelion, LG, ale. That produces dry grass. That produces bluegrass. We throw blue in. It goes to whatever the hell that is. LG, DG, dandelion, aster, pale grass, bluegrass. Moss fuzz. Six. We've pretty much gotten all of the different grass varieties in here. What am I missing? Dry grass. Let's throw all the different grasses together just to fuck around. You can't even fit all the different grasses in. Alright, pink grass is the one fucking that up. Throw the aster in. That's a dandelion. Okay. You are unnecessary. You are unnecessary. You are unnecessary. You are unnecessary. Now you are necessary. Now you are necessary. Now you are necessary, and you're just producing more moss fuzz. So we have reached the pinnacle of what that can offer us. Guess let's get all the grass nice and situated in its own little corner of reality. Oh, right, we have the dice and the vomit blocks on us. There's gotta be a way. Alright. Vomit flower. Fiddlehead, pink grass. We are trying to... Come on. Engineer dice out of a vacuum. Pale grass. You're just going to... Okay. I guess Fiddlehead and pink grass just sort of relates to each other. There's got to be at least a direct or a two-stage backcraft from vomit blocks to dice, but what could it possibly be? Sort of strapped for reductive elements. I don't know. Take a... Glass is kind of reductive. Being said, sort of associated... Oh, that's a completely fucking different thing. Okay. Vomit, block, glass shard. That makes a what now? Okay, guess we know how to craft those now. Not that we need to, because why the fuck would we need to craft those on a regular basis? Because we know how to craft cabinets, and they're literally the same thing. About pale grass. Fiddlehead, and that's going to turn into pink grass, and then Visonia flower, then a more block. And guess what happens? When I put the Amore block in, it's just going to produce the usual suspect. The usual suspect being Friendshipok. Let's just find a more efficient recipe to craft Amore blocks so that we can just have a bunch of those in our inventories. But I only have so many vomit blocks. And in order to make vomit blocks, I need dice. So we're just back to the fucking start of our problem. What did a... Just for shits and giggles. Just to make sure I didn't fuck something up. It produces... Okay. That is 2 dice. Logic follows that I combine vomit blocks with a normal tile block that also gives me dice. Also 2? Yes. If I use 2 separate forms of tile block, does that get me a multiplicative of dice? Yes, kind of, but it's shit, so we will ignore that for the future. Three dice. I really, really wonder... Was it just a vomit block and a random... Was it vomit block and peach? Is that what was going on? No, get back into the inventory. That might have been what happened. I might have tried to duplicate a cell above and then accidentally duplicated blue A block instead of... Okay. Most of those get us... I don't know what it could have been. I'm trying to think back all the way to like the very first time I played this game. Trying to remember. Because I sat in the varnished wood frame in a hole in the wall for a solid 30 minutes crafting through things, and that was the first time I got dice. Varnished wood. Varnished wood? Where's my varnished wood? A more block. Get the feeling. Yeah. Varnished. You're just gonna output one a more block. Yep. Yep. Throw you in there, you output the wrapper block, and then I put the wrapper block in, then it's a friend, then I put the friend in, and it's a ball, and then I put the ball in, and then it's something else, and then I get dice blocks back. Can I craft something else? Okay, I can back craft with the Amore block. Let's make a bunch of Amore blocks. Empty out my inventory first, so I'm not losing my mind. Replace. Now, let's clear the teeth out of there. It's a cheap block I have in abundance. Aluminum, I guess? Not believe how cheap aluminum is. Okay, that does not make the thing that I wanted to make, so guess I'm not using aluminum. Sandstone? A more block? What? Sandstone block, vomit block, dice? How many? 3? Okay, alright. Sandstone makes 3. That means stone type blocks seem to return dice. So let's look around at the different stone type blocks I have. Limestone, brick, wood, no, well, maybe wood scrap. Limestone tile, that'll probably return some. Cutwood snow, maybe? Black sand, rigid stone, definitely. Diorite, yeah. Clay, I don't get that very much, so I'm not going to use it. Cold stone. Hold on to the dirt really quickly. Let's throw all of this back in. What do we got? All of these are cold stone temple. No, limestone. Snow we already have. Don't have normal sand. Mud. Pebble blocks somewhere. There we go. Cut wood. I almost thought that said cut wood bricks. That would have been weird. Onyx, sure. Granite, yes. Don't care about the tiles. Shoal rock, eh. Mana gem, I haven't crafted anything with that. Moss, maybe? Sure. Let's try all these. Let's see what we get. for crafting from all of these. Let's make a whole shit ton of vomit block entries and start filling these in. Black sand. 2 dice. Let's say black sand block or black sand. Actually make sure that I take the recipe down first before I screw myself. Black sand block. Black sand block, not black sand. Okay. Vomit block, rigid stone. Also makes dice. 6 of them. Makes sense, rigid stone. Takes forever to mine through. So is it a function of the block durability that determines the dice return value? Diorite. Diorite is fairly easy to mine through. And it only returns 2. Get out of where you are. Old stone. Returns 3. Man, we certainly went on a tangent looking for recipes, but we made it there eventually. Sand also returns dice. Quantity 2. Not great, not terrible. Mud. Returns... Is that circuits? Silicon crystal. Interesting. Okay. Silicon crystal. 1. Keep that in mind. Mud and brick block. Sorry, I misspoke. Vomit and brick block. 2 dice blocks. Not dice blocks, just dice. Vomit and limestone also makes dice. 3 dice. Wood scraps makes more blocks. Just 1? Just 1. Wood scrap block. More block 1. Snow block also makes more block. Still just 1. Alright, we have a bunch of dice and need to make more vomit blocks out of it. So let's switch back to our vomit block recipes. I bet I can make vomit blocks with dice and plastic. First off, let's actually harvest some plastic, because we haven't done that in a while. Woo! A fine haul it is. Not so much with the clay, though. Alright, just to establish the precedent. Yep. Dice and blue plastic. No, do not do the thing that I was about to tell you to do. Probably going to be a 1-to-1. Yep. Vomit block 1. Then red plastic also makes 1 vomit block. Of course it does. What if I combine both? Makes 2 vomit blocks. Cool. That sort of boosts my return, but not really. Kind of more just makes it faster to craft. What if I do multiplicatives? Nice. No, don't do the thing that you're doing. Multiple reds, that also worked. Yeah. Alright, let's really start going nuts. What if I put in 10? Throwing in 10 produces 7. So we can boost our per dice returns on vomit blocks at the cost of lowering our plastic block returns, but that's fine because we have infinite plastic blocks on a timer, more or less. Also, just to confirm my insanity, because I only tried it with blue blocks, let's try it with red blocks. Let's be fair. Also makes 7. If I do it with 10 and 10 of each, same story. I would expect this to craft 14. Crafted 13. Okay. And a dice block gives us vomit blocks of quantity 13. Okay. So now that we've established that seems like the return yield on plastic blocks is close to 70%, little under, for whatever the plastic block value is. Let's try 3. Because if 3 gives us 3 vomit blocks, then that's probably the most efficient one. Okay. Nope, Libra, stop being stupid. Now let's try 4, just to complete it. I would expect this to also give me 3. It does indeed. So now we have our approximate returns on dice versus plastic. I bet I can throw like an entire stack of plastic in and it doesn't affect the craft. Nope. Not in the slightest. Cool. So we can use plastic to very easily multiply dice, but can we backcraft from plastic into dice? No, we cannot. That wasn't the stack I meant to pick up. Well, actually, maybe we can't backcraft direct from plastic, but maybe we can increase the total craft value artificially to get a higher return on dice. What was our largest return on dice? It was rigid blocks, wasn't it? It returned 6. So if I throw 1 Vomit block in a rigid stone. I expect 6 dice, but then I throw in a blue and red block. What does that get me? Vomit block, rigid stone block, red, and blue plastic block. I expect 8 dice? 7 dice. So we did artificially increase the return value on dice from the rigid stone block by adding additional plastic blocks. That is useful. I'm beginning to appreciate plastic blocks more. It seems like they can be used for cheap value add. Because there is some sort of ratio calculation that goes on underneath the hood that informs the system how many of a crafting output to give you. Throw you back in there. Also get the nuts out of my inventory. Ooh, looks like harvest has shown up. Oh no 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 no. Give me your goods. Alongside other random bullshit. Thank you very much. It looks like you gave me an additional cash cube. Nice. No additional rejuvenation anchors, though. Cringe. Alright. Oop, not that. Blue and red plastic. Established value increasers. Dice can be crafted in and out of vomit blocks using plastic directly. Dice plus plastic gets vomit. Vomit plus plastic does not get... Never mind. Sorry. No, it was dice into plastic gets vomit. Vomit into stone or rock-like material gets dice back. And then we can boost the value of the return with plastic filler. Man, this is complicated. May you suggest some blocks for the dice recipe? I'm sorry, how long ago did you comment that? Because I was hard focused. I was extremely hard focused on the logic. I was fully lost in the sauce. I would absolutely love for you to suggest me a block recipe for the dice. I was not paying attention. In the meantime, I will go back to... That may have been 30 minutes ago. I was so focused. I'm so sorry about that. You probably heard me just yapping for the past 30 minutes. Completely lost in my own thoughts. I am sorry. Let me just complete these 4 blocks to see what they give me. Pebble block. Wait, does that say pebble block or pebble rock? Alright, pebble block. Pebble block. 2 dice. Onyx block is 4. Ugh, not 5, 4. And granite. Granite block. 3. And moss makes a more. AMOR block. Probably just 1. Yep. Okay. Now, we're at the point where we have a comprehensive method of cycling dice and vomit back and forth with cheap materials. Matter of fact, if I were so inclined, I could go out into the world right now and mine several mountains worth of pebble blocks. Do I have silicon crystals? I do in fact have silicon crystals, and I also have multiple recipes for making silicon crystals. Does vomit block and silicon crystal make a shit ton of dice? No, that makes a circuit block. But I also have circuit blocks. Silicon crystals tend to turn into dice. Interesting. What in the fuck is that? What is that? Huh? Barrier blocks. What the shit? They're... Oh. Interesting. Those, I think those are the first blocks I've ever seen have hit boxes larger than one block. Right? Looks like crafting them back into vomit blocks turns them back into silicon crystals. What's the return rate, though? 1. Honestly, that's not bad. Guessing if I include a silicon crystal, it's gonna turn into a what the fuck is that? That looks scary. Is that a black hole? Oh no, it's sponge blocks. I've seen those before. Sponge. Sponge block, square pants. Silicon crystal essence block? Right, hold on. Let me pull up a recipe for silicon crystals. That is less reliant on other things. Osmium and dice. All right. Ugh. Just get that out of there. It says silicon and essence block. I have essence block there. Oh. Okay, that produces dice. I have other forms of essence block. I have black, blue, and red essence blocks. Where are my red essence blocks? There they are. Yes, you are the same color. Right. Let's try out all of our different essence blocks. Silicon crystals. Come on. 3, 4. We have our base essence block. Come on. Work with me. 10 dice. Holy shit. And here I didn't bother mining out all of those cheap ass base essence blocks. Now we have the black essence block. 10. I got a feeling all of these are going to craft 10, but might as well confirm. Blue essence block. Might as well type in red essence block while we're here. Blue is also going to be 10. And red is also going to be 10. All right. So that's good to know. But also, what if? What if I should probably check to see whether or not I can multi-craft with additional osmium blocks. Maybe. Osmium blocks are so cheap that I'm actually willing to do 1 to 20 to produce 1 silicon crystal. It produced 2! Hooray! Oh, it stacks to 5. That's interesting. What were we doing? We were going to check to see whether or not you could... Oh, that's interesting. Alright, let's just establish first off. If you craft this with a vomit block, does it still return 10? No, it returns 11. So the idea is we use a silicon crystal, an essence block, and a vomit block. And then we can pump the craft value up with red plastic. Wait, what was the recipe? Oh, I don't have any essence blocks on me because I only grabbed the one. You know how the world generation is infinite both vertically and horizontally? Yes, I am aware. Vomit block in. We figured out that 3 was our limit for boosting value, so if we put 3 in of these, theoretically this should give us 17? No, it's not going to give us 17. It's going to give us like 15. Osmium pillar counts as world generation. Yes, I actually am aware of the osmium pillar being infinitely downward directioning. I do know that. Thank you. So I'm aware that the osmium pillar counts as... Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that there's a layer below the osmium pillar? Is that what you're suggesting? Are you suggesting... No? Oh, okay. Alright, so this recipe should produce 14 dice if our math is correct. By our math, I mean my math. I won't subject all of you to the consequences of me being bad at math. Or maybe maybe 13, depending on whether or not there's like a weird floating value from the other blocks inherent in the crafting recipe. We'll see. Question. 14! Holy shit, that actually worked. What do you mean the prediction was accurate? We just used plastic and essence blocks to scum an additional 4 dice. Honestly, I don't know whether or not that's worth it, because you're basically consuming an additional vomit block in the crafting recipe to net 3 more. Well, I mean, you would be doing that anyways. Your results may vary. There's probably a way for me to do a formula to figure out whether or not it's worthwhile, but I'm not going to be bothered to do that. Fascinating. Y'all like the sounds of the plastic slamming into other plastic walls? Isn't it great? Your ears feel good? Do you like the bass of the clay shapox? Let's get my ears out of that before I lose my sanity even further. Ugh. Alright, I need to... I swear I had sponges. Sponge? Sponge. Sponge barrier. Okay, I have my dice, I have my vomit blocks. Right. That produces silicon crystals. Go in there, osmium. In there. Wait a minute. I have to know what that does. Silicon crystal, osmium block. We have so thoroughly shifted from our original goal of capsule crafting. Oh! We have rose gold. Well, that's interesting. Now we've got to craft it into itself with the full crafting tree to see what it pops out. Yes, I take each and every one of these out, and then it results in... Yep, that is expected. Apart from the dice and the osmium. Man, I love completing the tree. Rose gold. That produces black gold. Guard cube. One more stage. Dice. Vomit. Osmium. Silicon. Rose gold. Guard cube. Is that the first organic recipe I have for Yui Octon? Also, is it me or is that extraordinarily fucking expensive? Seriously? All that effort for a shovel? Okay, no, it's literally just the guard cube that is the reason that it is crafting this. What the fuck is that? I bet if I put in, yep, guard cube, osmium. Produces Yui Octon. Okay. It was just the guard cube doing weird shit. That being said, oh, no, it wasn't that. It was guard cube and vomit block. What is that? Oh. Oops, that all says vomit, not vomit block. I do not have an item called vomit. Oh. Hope cubes. Hope. Cubed. 2. I have found these out in the world before, but I have not crafted them before. But now, we have another crafting tree to explore. We tried clicking him? That's adorable. Holy shit, these still take forever to mine. Alright. Interesting. Now. Where did I put the guard cubes? There we go. Guess what? We go in again. Ain't no fucking way that's gonna craft into more block. Are you kidding me? Least valuable thing it could possibly craft. What? No, that's just an absurd... Image changes every time you place it. Oh, really? You lied to me. It's the same image. Oh. Wait a minute. Is that a hint? I see a bear and I see a dice. No, I'm probably reading too much into that. All right. Put our toys away. See? Hope cube. Guard cube goes in there. Rose gold. That is a real ass material, so you go in there. Osmium, back up into your corner. Where did I get the more blocks from? There. Vomit blocks, you stay with me. Circuit blocks, there are some of you somewhere. Silicon crystals in. Back to what we were actually doing this entire time, capsule crafting. You may have not noticed that we spent the past hour or something doing dice crafting for no discernible reason. No, 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 no. We're not crafting dice. We're crafting capsules. 1 hour dice side quest. Hey, you know what? We were successful. Honestly, the essence recipes are useful and arguably more efficient. Not arguably, they are more efficient than the essence blocks. I just don't have many essence blocks on hand. Though it occurs to me. No, not you. Can I just craft essence blocks with random shit in order to produce different color essence blocks? That would be neat, wouldn't it? Essence block. Red plastic block. Blue plastic block. 3 blue essence blocks. So, if we are so inclined, we can in fact multiply our essence blocks using plastic. I bet I can probably do that exact same thing again. Actually, this is potentially going to happen up to 3 times. So let's stack that up. All right. Blue essence block plus the usual suspects. We're not wasting time, we're just... Whoops. No, no. No, 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 no. Not whatever you're doing. Wait, what the hell? Hold on, something weird happened. Okay, there we go. Okay, blue essence, blah blah. Green essence block time 3? Yes. Green essence block 3. Not 4, 3. Now we go back in with the green essence block, and that produces 3 blue essence blocks. Yes, indeed. All right. So if we are so inclined, and we need to produce... Wait a minute. No, that was a green essence block. That's green, red, and blue. Makes 3. So now we can loop craft green and blue essence blocks with plastic to produce more efficient dice conversions. You know what the worst part is? The worst part is that I am very near to being done streaming this game. And then all of this knowledge that I will have developed will be useful only in posterity, and then not even such, because what's going to happen is that when people really need to look up a recipe, they're just going to go for the website. So I am doing this purely for my own gratification. Back to the main quest. We've got one more achievement to unlock, and that's capsule related. So we've got to get our capsules crafted. By we, I mean me, once again. So, Wildebeest was where we were stuck. Preta capsules is what we need. Preta capsules are crafted with Mishu capsules, and Mishu capsules can be crafted with dice and Preta capsules. That was the whole reason we were doing this. You could try a world modifier. Try a world modifier? What do you mean by world modifier? Are there world modifiers? Am I able to... Nope. What if vomit block plus Mishu equals... Ain't no fucking way. I don't recognize whatever that is. Oh. In creating a world, there are 3 world modifiers: Divine, Turvy, and Wrathful. I'm guessing Divine is like peaceful, Wrathful is extremely hostile, and Turvy I couldn't even begin to guess. What are you? I'm gonna have to take a moment to diagnose what the fuck an Alak is. Wait, are these the orb spiders? Oh no. Let's spawn this somewhere that's not gonna result in me exploding. Let's actually go a couple mountains away just in case. Okay, we're leaving. Ow! I realized I missed the jump too late. Good to know. Orb spiders. Alax. Received. Now, the actual recipe to craft Britas from Mishu's was bubble bear eggs. Okay, that was the other cheap thing. So it was dice. No, dice to go from Mishu to Prita. No? It was dice to go from Prita to Mishu, and then it was bubble bear eggs to go from Mishu to Prita. I think. Yep. Behold, the entire reason we were getting dice. Huzzah. Goodness gracious. like we had a more efficient return mechanism for Pritas back to Mishu's. Wouldn't it be wild if I just put in more dice and that worked? Well, can't always be a banger. Sometimes you gotta roll like shit. Why am I crafting excessive numbers of Pritas? Specifically so that I can experiment with a higher return yield on Mishu. Okay, so we got Prita, dice, and egg. Capsule, dice, egg. No, bubble bear egg. You have all the capsules needed for the blob. Problem is, I don't know what some of the capsules I have are, so I need to have some small number of all of those capsules, more than one, so that I can confirm which ones I do have and don't have, and then I can go iterate through the things that I don't know whether or not I have. That still returns 1. Mishu capsule. Actually, what is... Prita bubble bear egg. What does that make? Wildebeest. Okay. Prita bubble bear egg. Makes 2 wildebeest. Shout out to bubble bear eggs for being the heroes we needed. Just go ahead and get 2 of those back converted. Get some more wildebeests going. Nope, Mishu, you don't go in there. You go in there. Among the other things I have are mercury and gel. I need to get at least 1 more of both of those. Mercury is osmium and blasphemy capsule. Got a bunch of those. Mercury get, and then what did that say? Gel capsule. I need, let's say mercury and cutwood. Okay. Mercury, cutwood. Turns it into a bubble bear. What about dice? Oh. Don't know what that is. Okay. Alright. Time to do some combinations. Let's just get all of these out. And start throwing them in and seeing what happens. That's a Mishu. That's a gel. That's mercury. That's not mercury. Is it that simple? Is it just gel and mercury? Goo capsule. And I'm back in the position where I need to craft more gel and mercury. Recipe needs passive mobs too. Well, I did just deplete my effective stock of gel, so give me a moment. Blasphemy capsule. I don't have many of those. What was the recipe for blasphemy capsule? Mishu and aluminum. Aluminum. Okay, blasphemy. Mercury is blasphemy and osmium. Oops. That's fine. Then gel was mercury and cutwood. I have no more cutwood. Alright, back into it. Mercury, goo, gel, wildebeest, verm, mercury, gel, goo, wildebeest, verm, a lock. Wildebeest is unnecessary for that recipe. A lock is unnecessary for that recipe. That's just what is that? I don't recognize. Okay, let's take note, as it were. Mannequin not needed. Neither is Preta or L-Lock. Blasphemy is just excessive. I need to put these feathers back. I haven't used them. Vomit is not currently something that I need in my inventory. Dice, we can go over there. Bubble bear eggs are useful for multiplying. These three and verm produce. I think the smaller worm. I think that's the smaller worm. We have the gel, the mercury, the goo, verm. Produces the smaller worm, yeah? Worm. I need gel, mercury, goo, worm, verm. And a lock. No, that just makes a wildebeest. Okay. No, throw it all back in. Throw it all back in. So that we can identify which one of these. Okay. Mercury doesn't need to be in there. Recipe needs passive mobs. Alright, let's cycle through passive mobs in that specific recipe and see what comes up. Got newts, fruit femmes, bubble bears, faceless, Fish, gyros, boids, don't care, sheep, and worms. Okay. That's Mishu. Bubble bear. Fruit femme. Sheep. Fish does nothing. Gyro makes... that's a bee. Boyd also makes bees. Sheep. Nada. Okay. Maybe starting from hostile mobs isn't the right way of going about it. This is a monster that floats around, and then if you enter it, then it ports you to another dimension. So it doesn't attack you. That would seem to indicate that it's either a blue or purple mob. So let's start recombining all of these different capsules. See what pops up. Bubble bear, faceless, sheep. That's a gyro. Worm? No, that's a bee. Don't need faceless in there. Don't need sheep. Okay, so gyro, fruit femme, and bubble bear makes bee. The gyro fish capsule or just gyro capsule? Gyro fish capsule. Bubble beware capsule. Three bee capsules. And I just consumed bubble bear, gyro, and fruit femme, so I need to swap those back in. Gyro. Alright, so it was gyro dot dot B. What's that? A sheep? No. What is that? I do not recognize that entity. Fruit femme B. Halal? What? Halal? Halal bear capsule. That's the entity? No, that's just a rare bubble bear. Well, great. We know how to craft it now. It's just that we don't know what the fucking endgame entity is. Okay. Well, we learned something at least. I don't think I've ever seen one of these in game, so we're just gonna use it as crafting because I'm uninteresting. Not an absurdly easy way to craft the blobs. Let me know when you want that recipe. It's just like a fucking... Hold, please. That's Mercury. No, that's not Mercury. What is that? What are you? not mercury. Then you're goo. Now you're a wildebeest. We're just into the same shit, aren't we? Yeah, we're just into the same shit. Okay. It is a blob monster that teleports you across dimensions. I have absolutely no idea what that could be. You know what? Give me the hint. It's 9:40. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours at this point. I'm kind of getting to a point where I could figure it out, but it's just going to cost more time. So if you could, like, a hint that's going to basically give it away but not be the answer, if you can phrase it in that fashion, let me struggle for like 5 minutes instead of another 50. That'd be excellent. I'd greatly appreciate it. Where's the ad break in progress? Ugh. Something from a Preta and something from a Blasphemy. Oh wait, I have it in my inventory. What? Something from a Preta and something from a Blasphemy. There is a step in between. That just produces a Preta capsule. The recipe needs passive mobs. Something from a Preta, something from a Blasphemy. There's a step in between. What if? I need to word that better? Okay. It's not just me being silly. That's heartening. What if I combine the capsules with there? It just produces Mishus, doesn't it? Or a wildebeest, because why not? It's just gonna... Yeah, no, and then we get stuck in the wildebeest loop again. Gollum, save me. Another fucking... We need the lock form. That's a Mishu. Rita. Wildebeest! Ah! Maybe it's not. Nope. Definitely not the bone. Well, it could be the bone. No, not that. No, not that. Verm! God damn you! Many more? Oh, it's a quantity recipe. Um, of course, it's a quantity recipe. Why wouldn't it be? I have so many kilos from getting assaulted by so many blasphemies so many times. Oh. Oh. Media apparatus? Excello block. Quantity 2 produces... Gee, thanks, game. Not likely we were crafting the fucking endgame entity. Perfect timing. Excellent way to come up upon the near end of just getting blue balls right at the end. Fantastic. What do we want? Hate, of course. Nah, let's get 2 hearts so that we can end off on an even 20, right? Dominion capsule. Dominion capsule. Excellent. Fantastic. That would have taken me an outrageous amount of time. I would have gone through probably every single permutation of capsules looking for that last entity, not found it, and then started freaking out. It's probably what would have happened. That would have been funny. Well, it would have been funny for anyone watching like an edited version of whatever the fuck I'm doing. That's another thing. I'm not entirely sure whether or not I want to edit videos. Original recipe is that I needed all slots filled with capsules. Oh. So I would have found it eventually, had I kept going through permutations of capsules. That's heartening. So we just sped up the progress a little bit. That's acceptable. Now let's just in case there's some untoward shit that's gonna happen whenever I get swallowed by that thing. There we go. Nice even 20 hit points. I should probably spawn this in a place where I'm not going to get... You know, there is a possibility that I spawn this thing and then something happens and then I just can't get sucked. It can't kill you. Just because it can't kill me doesn't mean that I can completely bork actually trying to get sent to the alternate dimension. I'm not saying it's going to kill me. I'm saying I can fuck up and kill me. I believe in my own capacity to enact misfortune upon myself. All right. Oh. This will be the last achievement in the game, and then we can hang it up. It's been a long journey. This is what, the 10th stream and like the second 5-hour? No, I don't know. Game, weird as fuck. Thank you, Livid, for coming in towards the end of the streams and granting me the last piece of the puzzle. Fantastic. Let's get on with it. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh! Wait. Let me in. There we go. Whew. I needed to right click on it. People call it the teleporting fat man. Yeah, I mean, it do look like that. All right. Yeah. was gonna say, I was looking at the achievements and it's not. Okay. That's a fight. Not a fight we'll have? Oh, wait a minute. This place has the death screen thing. You know when you die and then you're in that endless expanse of balls and it forms the diamond patterns? That's what the skybox looks like. I need to kill it for the last achievement. Problem is, I don't know where it is. Come on. Oh, shit. Well. Please let me spawn back inside the dimension. Oh, good. Okay. That's nice. Is this my clone Aqualia? Or did I just teleport out of the space? Or did I go into the boss fight? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay. Alright. Ah! Fine. It's fine. We have the materials necessary in order to craft more. Fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, the recipe is cheap enough. Thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, I probably would have lost my mind a little harder. If I had to craft like 10 different capsules in sequence and then crafted the products into the single spawn, that would have driven me nuts. Although I played like Minecraft mods where the crafting requirements were far worse than that. And it's a good thing that I grinded out a couple. What's it called? I've already forgotten the word I was using. It's fine. Grind out a couple. Shout out Greg Tech. Yes, fucking. I never finished that mod pack because why the hell would I? Just dozens and dozens of hours of your reward being dozens and dozens more hours of work to do. Right. Batman, let me back into your space? Hello? Do I need to craft you? Whoa! Let me into your inner world. Do I need to... Hello? Let me in? Why can't I get in? No. No, 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 no. Where the fuck did you go? Why can't I... Let me enter you. I don't know how I got in the first time. Hello? Aggro to me. I am literally... Brother. I'm going to kill you if you don't. I have more tries. There we go. Good God. Is it the same, like, wildebeest logic where it's only going to attack you after it's reached a certain range? Is that what my problem is? My reaction time was too good? Alright. Clonaqualia down. This is our actual route of going to our Clonaqualia if we need to. And then if we leave our Clonaqualia, then we should be just grab some additional gear just in case. Let's grab another hate wand. We'll call that enough food. Maybe need the scythe, maybe don't. Swap it out for the bee glove. I have solace that if I die, then I'm just going to spawn back into... You cannot be fucking serious. Okay. No. No, 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 no. It took my fucking Clonaqualia. It took my Clonaqualia. I need that shit for getting to all my materials. You fucking bastard. No way. Turn the respawn anchor into it. No. No. I don't... I don't even know if I have the materials on me to turn the respawn anchor into a Clonaqualia. Furthermore, if I die, it's not unlikely I'm gonna be sent to fucking Brazil. Okay. You can turn... Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. You're right. I got an extra one from the farm. You're right. I take the Clonaqualia out. I go into my Clonaqualia. I grab that other rejuvenation anchor. Then I... Thank you. You're right. Thank you for your advice. Oh, it is correct and appropriate. You are appreciated and also sexy. Hypothetically. Goodness gracious. That is the dumbest fucking thing. Stole my goddamn Clonaqualia. Huh? Don't worry about it. Say some sus shit and they hit you with a huh? My fucking Clonaqualia back, you rat bastard. I can't believe it. Outrageous. It's gonna... I've spawned 3 of those damn things. Or I'm going to have spawned 3 of those damn things. But now I know. Going in... It can't be harder than the final boss, right? That would be strange if it was. We'll assume this number of revelation nuts will do it. I wonder if it's the same dimension. Where the hell did I... There it is. It was... Meat apparatusi. Alright. Back down, punch the damn thing, let it charge me. We're assuming that it charging is how it teleports you. That is the theory. Always the same place, so I should be able to get my Clonaqualia back then. And then I can convert my rejuvenation anchor back to... What's up? Do the thing where you teleport and then charge me. Do it. There you go. No. Over here. You fuck mothering bastard. You did not just fucking leave. This is your front. Dog. For real. Where are you going, Stanley? Teleport the other direction. No, that's... that way. That way. Further that way. We're getting you back on the platform. That's the wrong direction. And also, are you... Come on. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Buddy. How much more do I have to smack the shit out of you before you do the thing? There we go. Jesus. All right. What have we learned? Going down is dying. Well, that Clonaqualia block is gone forever. It is a different dimension. Just need to find it. What are you talking about? I placed it... Press F2. There's been a coordinate system this entire time. Excuse me, I'm having a moment. Oh, God. Don't press that. That gets you out. What is... Yes, no? Maybe not. Okay. So, okay, let's just shits and giggles, and for argument's sake. We go back to 1001, then we'll be right back next to it. Okay? Okay. Just said something sooner. Nah, it's fine. It's only appropriate. We've made it this far without a coordinate system. Might as well. So many places I've gone to, so much I've explored only to... Oh. Okay. There's multiple thingies. Interesting. I keep going in this direction. I find the one we spawn next to. I go in this direction. I recognize nothing. Yeah, nah. What the shit? Alright, cool. One of these is my Cloniqualia. No. Maybe. This one is my Cloniqualia? Janqualia. Break them and use them for recipes. Interesting. Acro, you bought a game. Also, welcome to stream. We are so very late compared to when I should have ended, but we're so tantalizingly close to the very end. Hey, buddy. You're not the right distance for me to be able to get you with a hate wand. Oh, you got Lucid blocks? Fantastic. Now you can be as confused and sort of kind of pissed off on occasion as the rest of us. Guess what? If you press F2, there's a coordinate system. Huzzah! Guess who's been putting how much time into the game? I put 40 hours into this game. And I'm only now learning that there's a coordinate system. My mind is officially fragmented. Yeah. Livid, that's the real pain with no gain in my existence. Okay, so like clearly these things exist. If I craft them, get Cloniqualias. If I craft no, they just craft back and forth. No, if I put these in with then it becomes 2 rejuvenation anchors. Then I put all 3 of these in. Yeah? Vermin vigil blocks. Okay, sure. Let's explore for a little bit. I am willing to stream for as fucking long as it takes for me to... Congratulations, you got a spawner. Like an actual mob spawner that I can just like throw a capsule into and it infinitely spawns that mob. That'd be great. Unfortunately, I'm guessing that it's a spawner. Oh, that's literally what it does. Cool. Unfortunately, there's absolutely no fucking way you can possibly contain certain entities. Also, a Mishu spawner would just be really funny. Hello, welcome to my corner that just contains about a fucking 1,000 Mishus that you can't ever get rid of. There is no method by which you can harm these things. Enjoy hating existing for the rest of your life. Okay, but like... I'm in here. Yeah. I'm in this pocket dimension. There's a method to kill one, but it needs a extremely rare enemy. Are you talking about the things that you look at and they disappear? Come on, 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 come on. Whoop. I think I got one. Whether or not it dropped its shit, I don't know. The Hate Wand has an AoE and a max range, so if you get, like, right at the right distance, you can hit these things. Come on. I want their blood. I want their blood on my hands. It's the one kind of blood that I want on my hands. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Run, 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 run. Fuck yeah! I knew it was possible. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. Alright. We've got a whole bunch of these things. That's fine. It's all well and good. However, we need to craft... That's the dumbest thing you could possibly put into my inventory. Thanks for giving me slip in an area where slipping results in my death. I am so tempted to just throw that into the wide blue yonder. Rude ass enemy. No, I should have kept that. I should have kept that so that I could craft it back into the tree. You fucking moron. It's okay. It's not so many steps to get back to where I was. Hey. This is a hint. Okay. It occurs to me, everything in this area, in this pocket dimension, everything here is rare. Fuck. So close. Okay. Let me think. Gotta think. Gotta put my brain to work. No. Okay, you can get right up to them without getting them to despawn, and then, like, the pointer AoE will... Yes! Okay. Hate wand method to kill these things established. It's difficult, but possible. See? Knew it was possible. Alright. I've got my serpent ring. I've got some Janqualia blocks. Are Janqualia blocks useful to get back into this area if you leave? I would imagine so. No? Are they just useless if you're not in here? I don't know why they would be useless. Do they just delete whatever dimension you're in? That'd be rude. They act as an exit point. Okay, so if you, like, threw these down into your Clone Aqualia, it would just kick you out of your Clone Aqualia. What if you put these in the overworld, though? Would it kick you out of the game? Okay, so seeds in the context of this area are a renewable resource that allow you to continuously craft Janqualia into other things. All it costs you is exploration. Okay. Let's establish okay. Now we have Rejuvenation Anchor, Vermin Vigil, Serpent Ring, Squirrel Ring. Okay, I'm getting this weird creeping feeling that I'm not exactly making progress. I don't care about fruit seeds. I can craft as many as I want as often as I like via farming. That is not an issue. Fruit seeds exist solely for the purpose of me having easier crafts in this area. I need to save all of my other resources. You got the 2 rare blocks from it. Oh, Janqualia's purpose is just to give you like Cloniqualia, Vermin Vigils. Vermin Oracles are just sort of weird. What does crafting these two together get you? No, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay, so Vermin Oracle blocks just get you Janqualia blocks. Okay, that's disappointingly mid, but okay. Oracle and Vigil are both spawners. Okay. So I can get the Vigil from crafting, and I can get the Oracle from killing, kind of trying to. Nice. Careful. Damn it. And coming at him from the left is... Nope. I gotta get 2 hits on them with the hate wand. Ah! It's all the ones in the vicinity. Oh. Damn it. Another one coming up. Oh, come on. Shit! I need them to be, like, stopped moving so I can even, like, kind of try to hit them. Nice. Nice. Went right through the gaps. Okay. Dun dun. Dun dun. Vermin Vigil gets the Serpent Ring. So now we have basically everything we need to craft whatever the last associated item is. Janqualia, Cloniqualia, Rejuvenation, Vermin, Serpent Ring, Squirrel Ring. That is the single most ridiculous, unacceptably expensive method to craft this bug ring that I have ever fucking seen. And if you would like to take a look at this bottom left thing where we had theorized that this is the excessive expense for crafting a particular item, this is the first time I have ever seen it in this entire game be pure fucking white. I am losing my fucking mind. Fuck this game. Okay, so we've fucking established that we don't. Oh my god. shit. I just need to farm these things. God damn it. All right, there's one. Two more above me. Missed. Straight through. I looked at it, so now it's gone. Oh my goodness. Come on. Ah! I don't know why I'm bothering to gather these at this point. I mean, I'm kind of just spinning my wheels. I guess I can get like a full-ish stack of vermin vigil blocks. Not a full stack, excuse me, like back up to 5, because we've established what crafting all the rings together gets me, which is fucking nothing. Bug ring, worst item in the game, single-handedly. Well done. Watch there be a dev that just absolutely loves the bug ring. I'm just shitting on it. It deserves it. It's fine. We're just going to... Well, that's a stack of vermin vigil blocks. We'll just leave that. Rejuvenation anchors. I wonder if those stack up to 5. It's worth getting them if, for some unfathomable reason, I decide that it would be worthwhile to continue playing this game. Maybe having additional anchors is a good idea. Maybe. Kind of seems like I'm coming up on the extent of what content is available out of this game, though. In retrospective, this game has definitely taken its toll on my sanity. Holy shit. Hello, guys. The crafting system makes me want to kick a horse. And no, I don't have any particular bias against horses. It's just like the flavor beige going on in my head. I have no idea what's causing me to think that. I stopped tasting pennies many dozen hours ago, and I think I started tasting beryllium bronze shekels. And I don't know what that tastes like. So, do with that information as you will. Holy crap. I still need to kill that stupid thing. I don't have the achievement yet, do I? No, I still need to kill the Dominion. I'm gonna smack the shit out of that thing. I swear, if it teleports me to this dimension after repeatedly, violently trying to get it to send me here, before I can kill it, I'm gonna freak. It's gonna be ugly. All right, I'm gonna get 3. I guess I'm gonna stack myself up on Janqualia blocks. What does the squirrel ring do? It gives me leap. I'm not putting the serpent ring on. That's asking for bad things to happen. I'll get 4 Janqualia blocks, and then we'll hightail it the fuck out of this liminal hellscape. I am sick and tired of being in this death screen ass void. I want the last achievement. I want my name on the leaderboard. I want my name in the history books. I want an iced mocha latte with almond milk. No whipped cream. And I would like my check doubled and passed to the next person. Give me that. Now let me the hell out of here. I have to try. Okay, they're indestructible. Good to know. Oh, this hate wand is nearly empty. Into the void with ye. I think about it, this place isn't a terrible place to dispose of my garbage. Because if I find... Sorry. Thought I saw something. I'm just losing my mind. If I find something that I want to get rid of, I can just come here and throw it into the void, and then it's guaranteed to despawn, and then I don't have to worry about it doing some weird, horrible clogging thing in my Clone Aqualia. Particularly because this place I will almost never load ever again. Okay. Excellent. Fantastic. We have to craft that damn Dominion one more time. Still here, relaxing to your voice as I farm the Star Wars event. Are you still playing Adventure Quest? Is that what's going on? I don't even have an interest in finding out what the Vermin, Vigil, and Oracle blocks do. I just want to get the fuck out. Ah! It also occurs to me that I don't even have a next game lined up after this. I have to do it. I'm gonna have to figure out another game to play on Friday. I can check my backlogs. There's got to be something. I think I bought. Oh, what the fuck is that game called? Lords of the Fallen a while back, so I think I can do that. I do have plans on streaming a VR game at some point, but I have some things I need to figure out with regards to doing that. I kind of don't want to have a straight VR experience because I understand that that gives people motion sickness, so I kind of wanted to see if I could get a third-person thing going. But in order to do that, I would need to have some other things set up, and I don't have those, so... I'm also looking into getting my PNG to be more animated, but that also has some requirements and some cost prohibitions. I'm trying to keep the channel stream. Wait, no, this is a channel. Never mind. I'm trying to keep the channel low cost at the moment. Right, you just need to die. Damn straight. Ah! No, we are not dying at the very end. Get me the fuck out of here. Do I even want to know what this thing does? It slows time? I can do so many DPSs. My goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Cinematic exit. Let me up on top of the mountain. Oh my god. There we go. Behold the field in which I grow my fucks and see that it is Woo! Did you see that? I almost died. Can't possibly end the game if I keep trying to kill myself. All right, that's it. We've gotten all the achievements in Lucid blocks. It's done. I'll even prove it to you. Hold, please. Take a look at that. 19 of 19, all achievements done. I think that's one of like the few games in my library I've ever fully unlocked all the achievements on, and it took 40 fucking hours and just heaps and heaps of confusion. Could you imagine if one of the achievements was figuring out the crafting system? Could you even comprehend the suffering of doing that yourself? I am still curious as to how the crafting system works. I am nearly certain that it is all math and esoteric quantities associated with it would be a 1%. It would absolutely be a 1% achievement. Are you fucking kidding me? Could you imagine too if not only was the crafting system procedural, if it was seeded, like each and every one person's crafting tree was different, so you couldn't do any sort of like community-based solving. I had that thought when I first started playing this game, because could you even fucking imagine how incredibly difficult that would be? I hope that the devs never see a clip of me saying this out loud, and I hope they've never considered it before, and I hope that if they have considered it, they've decided that it would be a nightmarish idea. Because as it stands, the crafting recipes kind of make sense in a fucked fashion, but if it was just completely random, don't worry about it, it'll probably be a mod. It will probably be a mod. Unfortunately, someone's going to look at the crafting system and go, you know what, this isn't complicated enough. I'm going to make this even fucking worse. And there's got to be something going on in the background, because we've experienced the fact that there are, I don't know what to call them, nearest neighbors, crafting trees. Maybe nearest neighbors is the best way of looking at it. Maybe, I just had a weird thought. What if somehow all of the recipes have values, and those values are mapped on a set of spheres, and then based on what dials you select, it selects which sphere and what coordinates on the sphere? What about that? What if your recipe is actually just coordinates? Probably not that. It's probably a lookup table with like a, I don't know, a deviation score where you're just like, all right, if you meet these quantum binary, fucking maybe, who knows? This entire game is about, what is this game about? What did I spend 40 hours of my life doing? Climbing a mountain, basically. I did so much of this off rip. The last bit of help that I've gotten, let me count, 4 bits of help, I think. I got help with cabinets, the crafting recipe for cabinets. I got help with the gyro hook, which I didn't even need. Maybe the real Lucid blocks is the friends we made along the way. Livid Skies, you would know that. You popped on over from the YouTube VODs. Good on you for being proactive and wanting to get involved in history. And you contributed 2 of the You contributed the blasphemy and the, what the hell is this thing called? Gyro hook? Not blasphemy, Dominion. What am I talking about? Plastic. I figured that all out myself. The bubble bear tree. I figured all that myself. All of the farming. Literally. Get this shit. Get me back in my fucking house. Get me back in my house. All of these farms. All of them. Ever Eternity Originals. That reminds me, I got help with the funnels. I don't remember who gave me help with the funnels, but I did get help with the funnels, so that's 5. I got help with the cabinets, the funnels, the gyro hook, the Dominion. What was the 5th one? I don't remember. I didn't get help with much. I don't know how to craft the clay shapox, and I don't care. I got these from... Can you use the spawner to spawn the rare bubble bear? Place it away from anything important. What do you mean? I can build out a platform and throw that up. Which one? Do these have different effects when you place them? I can absolutely rare bubble bear for a reason. Okay, fair point. Let's build out a little bit of plastic. When I say a little bit of plastic, I mean a lot of plastic. We're gonna build out like 60 blocks and then put down a tiny platform. Don't know what the difference is with the spawners. Okay, so they're both spawners and they just... Wait, I'm just realizing something. Those floating, disappearing things, those are visible throughout the entire game. If those things drop spawners in the overworld, that means that you have access to spawners throughout the entire fucking game, and I spent all of my time doing that shit! So that is a possibility. Hooray! Is my voice still calming, Acro, or am I slowly losing my fucking mind? How would you know to kill them, though? I tried to kill them with the hate wand previously. I think the only thing that I haven't been able to successfully kill is the Mishu. Okay, we're far as fuck away from... Now, hopefully these things don't explode like a nuclear bomb, because if they do that, I'll be upset. Okay, so we have 9, and then 8, and now we build a 3x3. Which one of these? It's, these. Guessing I have to right-click these things with the capsule. Excuse me while I monkey my way over there. Okay. All right. Right click and run. Oh, I recognize these things, these blocks now. These are the same blocks that happen inside of the, word. Ley line trials that spawn mannequins, and you break these in order to get... Oh, if that's the case, then breaking these, you don't get the block back. This one was the the oracle block. And then I right-clicked it with the... Yeah. And Lou? Might need more space. Orca, I can get more space. Even grab some white tiles, why not? We're not coming back. If someone really... It wasn't space. Good news, we have this so that we can get everything in slow motion. Bro did not just self-select as I was coming to say hello. Oh, they're little angel bubble bears. Look at him. He's adorable. I accidentally pulled him underwater. I'm sorry, buddy. Hey! You're friendly looking. What happens if I smack him? Do I die? He's got a lot of hit points, but I've got a lot of patience. Knocking him closer to my platform, that's probably not a great idea. Ooh! It do go boom. It do in fact go boom. Oh, hello. Halal Taurus. Holy shit! Ten heart. It's impressive. Turn it into a bubble bear egg. I'm joking. Aw, man. It absolutely crafts into cool stuff. Not that we'll ever find out what any of it is. Alright, that's it. That's Lucid Blocks. Fantastic game. Acro, enjoy playing the game and figuring things out. Don't look at all of my streams for spoilers. You want to, you can, I don't know, DM Livid Skies so he can accurately portray, that's not the right word, accurately relay information as opposed to me, who is only capable of hypothesizing and then running permutations on various items until I pretend that my theory was correct. This place does feel like home in a weird way. Like this platform, building it took me a good long while off stream. I mined probably like 10 stacks of white tile with a bone. No, not a bone pick. I was swapping between a wooden and a leaf pick. Not that good at recipes. I have got a fucking spreadsheet for you. How many recipes have I gotten now that I've taken note of? You want to know how many recipes I have now? First off, let me close that weird gap in my recipe list that causes it to have problems, and then I can tell you what the actual quantity is. I have 569 recipes that I've taken note of, not even discovered. You're going in full blind. You're obviously not going in full blind, you're seeing all this. Still, not copping out and asking for help like I did at the very end. You'll be in for a treat. I don't know how to end off the stream. 500 recipes in a spreadsheet is wild. Yeah, I think when I looked at the online recipe resources, it had something like 36,000, which, if you think about it, I've got a significant portion of that just off rip testing by myself. Like, what is... I can pull out my calculator. It's been a while since I done this. 569 divided by 36,000. That's a full 1.5%. I got a full 1.5% of all possible recipes by my lonesome. I have absolutely no physical desire to ever go through that website and upload all of my findings. I'm just gonna take my complete crafting discoveries spreadsheet, put the last iteration on it, throw it into Mega, and then leave it there for people to look up if they ever feel so inclined, which they would absolutely have no conceivable reason to do so, because why would they? There's an actual website with all the recipes on it. Like, you could see my progress for all of my crafting discoveries, but apart from that, it's not worthwhile looking at. Anyways, I gotta end the stream. All right, I will think about... Actually, no, Friday there isn't going to be a stream. I have to go do real life things, so there is not going to be a stream on Friday. That's not going to happen. I'm gonna have to take that off of my schedule. Monday we'll be back with... Actually, if we're skipping Friday, then it makes sense to do a 3 and 3 on Monday. So I'll have to figure it out. I'll post Livid for reference. I have a link to my Mastodon page that I post updates on. So I'll post an update saying that there's going to be no stream on Friday, and then I'll post the schedule for the 2 3s on Monday. My voice is probably going to be shot to hell. Then again, I've gone for 6 hours this stream, so maybe it won't be that bad. I'll figure out what the game is. I'll post a poll, maybe. Love you too, Acro. I gotta go eat and exist as a person for a little bit. Thank you all for joining the stream. Been a lovely experience. 40 hours in this Lucid nightmare. Next game will be a blast. Hopefully I'll actually make some improvements on the channel by then. Peace out. I'm not even gonna raid. I'm just done. Good night. Ugh!